palm is glowing, your head is spinning. Do you really watch her eyes for the truth she's saying? If you stand up tonight and put your hands up high, now one on your heart, your heart. It's burning down, burning down, burning down. It's burning down, burning down. It's burning down. Climb
go. What do you mean? What's up? How you doing? We're gonna try to play some Meable. Okay. Oh, that's my mom. We're gonna try to use this one. I made a cup of coffee. I'm gonna go get my coffee really quick. Oh yeah, we got Alcatraz as the special map. Motherfuck you. Game. Oh, we got someone else that does rank. Oh, thank you.
Welcome to Alcatraz. The match is about to start.
I don't know why this game's so fun. hear the shoddy? No. Oh, it was a shoddy. Last match I popped up on what's that, YouTube? Oh, I didn't even know we respawned here. Last time I got like 19 kills and I didn't die. So this is Resurgence. Switch fucking guns, dude.
Supply drop inbound. Your teammate has been killed. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
My buttons aren't working. My buttons weren't working. I don't know what that was about. We're going back for more abuse. I hope it works. Sure.
Supply drop inbound. Collapse expected. Relocating zone. Sit rep. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
My buttons work again. Oh. Immediate death. It's alright.
Supply drop incoming.
Oh, I still got a couple of lives. What the fuck? This match is confusing. Yo, pick it up.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety. Your teammate has been killed. Hurry up. Leave this smoke. Only 2 teams left. Getting close.
Okay, let me fix the settings. You fuck. Eat. We got mopped. I don't know why it's lagging. How does it lag every time I start up the stream? Bro, let's go. Got it. I don't think those settings were on when I played before I went live.
Welcome to Alcatraz. The match is about to start.
Yo. Why is it lagging? I want it to stop lagging. It's pissing me off. stop lagging. I'm tired of fucking getting lag on that goddamn game. It's a phone game, bro. Ported on an emulator, an official emulator by the same company that owns fucking Activision. Like, bro. Stop. It should just fucking run. I shouldn't have to constantly reboot this fucking game to make it fucking run. Motherfucker, dude. I don't want to play it on my phone. I don't have a controller. Swear to fucking God. Don't lag. Okay, just went into like fucking like 16-bit. Great. It's lagging like a motherfucker.
The match is about to start.
Dude.
First blood.
Dude.
Be advised, further collapse expected. Relocate to safe zone. Using adrenaline shot now. Supply drop inbound.
Using adrenaline shot now.
I'm looking for a shotgun.
Using adrenaline shot now.
Be advised, further collapse expected. Relocate to safe zone.
Engaging the enemies.
Down to the last 5 teams.
The airdrop is coming. Enemy down.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety. Getting close to victory. Be advised, further collapse expected. Relocate to
The airdrop is coming.
supply drop incoming. Your teammate has been killed.
The airdrop is coming.
Your teammate has been killed. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
airdrop is coming.
M4, I think. Yeah.
The airdrop is coming.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
This guy's in a camp. We already lost. No, it's actually really fun. I like to run around with the shotty on this map. It's one of the few maps I like the shotgun. I couldn't find one this entire map. See if this will work better. I mean, this emulator just runs like shit. up, Lonely?
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Back at it again. Yeah, earlier my internet went down. I restarted my stream, but I got sleepy, took a nap. Yeet.
First blood. The revived weapon arrived. Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
We got this.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Bullshit. There's another team? There's 3 people. I tried to level up as quick as I could. I wanted that skin. I just went into duos. And there was 3 fucking people just now. Get the out of this goddamn menu. I'm in duos. Look at this. Duos. Duos. Where'd the fuck the extra person come from? And they had the fucking zombie shit, the clown class. What the f... That's fucking retarded. Maybe if I go single, I'll only fight a duo. I don't fucking know. How the fuck does that make sense? Got a new one. We got a new email. Didn't get a new email. Confused. Hey. Scales. Scales are cool. I like scales. What else do I got? They gave me a bunch of shit, I guess, just now. The fuck? Alright, we're gonna murder some of these motherfuckers. One second. Dog was whining, so I just grabbed some. Hell yeah, we'll get some revenge. Fuck yeah. I need to go get a cheap controller, but so I was looking at the Kishi. The Kishi, $60 or $70 is like my max like budget I'm gonna spend on a controller. Like, I just don't give a shit. Controllers don't need to be that fancy. My little Tartarus Pro, fucking, that can be read as a controller, and it has pressure templates, so it can actuate just like a trigger on a controller, but most games block that. Like I can't have tactile keys and pressure templates, because that gives you the accuracy of fucking what do you call it, the mouse plus the maneuverability of the analog stick, and you get 4 buttons opposed to 1 joystick. So like Call of Duty Warzone, they don't let you you have to set your settings. Like you have to, it's either keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I haven't tried it on this yet. I figure it'll fucking break it because this emulator kind of sucks. The emulator itself is not that good because it's made to literally just kind of limit the fake phone that you're playing a game on. Like, what's the point of playing a mobile game on the computer if the emulated phone is a fucking potato? You know what I mean? It barely runs the game. One sec, my dogs are going off. Kind of. And by kind of, I mean yep. It's not lagging too bad right now. True. Ooh, someone's here. And it's like the more I move, the more it lags.
Chip terminal is almost ready. Airdrop has been delivered.
Got him. Ooh, those are nice. Holly,
Airdrop has
ass.
been delivered.
Get up. Get up. Oh, we just had a spike in internet. dogs are annoying the fuck out of me right now. Welcome back.
Chip terminal is on the way. The safe zone is collapsing. Airdrop has been delivered.
Played yourself. Shit.
A full-fledged tank has been dropped.
Oh shit. I got a sub. Thank you for that sub, Lonely.
E.
We're gonna take this tank. We're gonna be a total piece of shit. We're gonna take the tank. That's mine. Fuck. Dude. No, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Got railed. I was hoping that he would get out of the tank when I got in the tank. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna run, because what I wanted him to do was get in the top of the tank, because it's easy to kill someone in there. But at least I'd be able to drive, and then he'd probably get murked out real easy like that. I tried. It didn't work. He got to the tank first. I almost thought he was gonna stop and try to drop shot me from the fucking snowboard. He went to the tank. That was the smart thing to do. Because I don't know, I feel like it's hard to aim in this game, right? So if someone has some aim and like they hit you, you gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? If someone can just come down on you, because you're gonna die. That was spicy. We'll see if it does anything. If there's anything different. Every time I go out there, they're not barking at anything. We see. You slut.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start. Time for the mission. Get ready.
We got this one. We got this one.
Airdrop has been delivered.
We got that turd monger. Oh, please drop it. Ah.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Got him.
Half of the players are eliminated.
Bruh, ah. Let's go.
Airdrop has been delivered.
hear something.
Tank has been delivered.
There's 3 people left, and I gotta take.
Only 2 players left. Almost there. Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
That guy was dumb. You see him with his little knife, he pulled his knife out like, fight me. Hell yeah. I like that shotgun. Nah, I have seen this dude that's like 20 play this game on his phone. He's a monster at this. He streams on like Facebook. Yeah. Event. Claim. Yay. Oh, some shit I don't even like. That's kind of cool. Schwap. That should charge me, phone. says we gotta do it. Cool. Smashed my finger yesterday. It's got that squishy feeling I like on the... It's not bad. I was using one of those, I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's one of those big old wrenches with the spike on the tip of it and shit. I was cranking on that thing, dude, and I whacked my finger. I was like down on one knee with my hand underneath this deck, and I was like, eh. Every time I touch it, I'm like, poke, and it just goes, Probably not do that. Whacked it right on like the fucking side of a nut. You know, like a bolt nut. Fucking whacked my hand right on that motherfucker. Hard as shit. I was wearing gloves though. I was smart enough to put some gloves on. Tomorrow I'll be doing a teardown at like 6, so I'll probably stream in the morning. Come back. I'll have to turn off my schedule for tomorrow on Trovo. I'm gonna go there tomorrow night at like 6, or tomorrow evening. Go tear down a stage and some lights and stuff, load it all up, and then when I get home I'll clean up and I'll start a stream. Might get something to drink. I'm thirsty. I'm very, very thirsty right now. I got a little sunburn, so I'm probably a little dehydrated. But I just slammed some water, so. My friend Lex told me I should do Resident Evil, Resident Evil Village, the new one that just came out. I might do that. Oh shit, my phone just reminded me of my friend message. My other neighbor down the road. They do TikTok videos. They do a lot of shit on their TikTok actually. text her back really quick. This is it's funny because like my buddy Mike, there was some like crazy lady like down the road, and she was like screaming at my dude Mike who lives on the lake and shit. He was fishing, and I guess this chick Alex, she's lesbian, like she has a wife and stuff. They'd all like talk down at the corner and shit. They ended up talking to Mike. I didn't know that, because my dude Mike does like eBay. He sells stuff on eBay. And, what do you call it? Alex does stuff on TikTok. So I'm gonna ask her for tips on TikTok. Because I don't think she wants to be my friend on TikTok, because I am like, they kept pulling down my links and shit. A lot of my videos get deleted like right after they get posted for some reason. People will just report me on that motherfucker.
My hands are shaking and my heart is racing. The sky is falling and the walls are closing in. I keep my eye on the hourglass, just waiting for nightmares to pass. It's alright, 'cause I know my enemies. It's alright, just keep them away from me.
Gotta add him back on TikTok too.
Drive me crazy. It's like I'm lost and I can't find my way home. I'll close my eyes till I'm over it, or maybe I'll just forget. It's alright, 'cause I know my enemies. It's alright, just keep them away from me. Let them know, tell me what's in store. Shut the door. I remember the way I
I didn't grab a drink. Well, I did, but I didn't. I'm gonna see if my mom's husband will drop one off. He's out right now. My bad. How do I... It says Alex. Follow it. There we go. Yo! Fuck, I'm retarded.
In your life, don't need to stop, just passing by. Flashing
You know what I miss doing?
and big bright lights, can't help but think it all was a lie. Truth
Going to the store.
I took it for granted, don't
Hell yeah.
know what else to do. Give you one more try.
Tomorrow I'm gonna be late going live because I gotta go tear down the stage I set up yesterday. I'm good. I napped some. I think we're about to smoke a bowl. I'm thirsty. I want something to drink. But I don't want tea, I don't want coffee. I kinda wanna go get a dollar drink from the corner store. Purdue University. They were having a graduation. Yeah, it's not a bad job. For the most part, it's always the same. Like, it's kind of slow starting up because you got to separate everything and unload the trucks, and then you organize everything as you go. It's really just a lot of labor. I don't know why, but at least from my personal experience, my personal observation, labor jobs make you strong as fuck. Straight up. Especially when you're doing a job that doesn't stop. One job that I've had that I think is kind of overlooked is being a line worker. Because when you're a line worker and you're sorting through whether it's a product like food or something, each slab weighs 20 pounds if it's coming out. Sometimes you got carcasses and you need a team, you know what I mean? 2 people to pick up a 200-pound quarter of cow and shit. But I could break down some numbers for you. On average, I'd process 360,000 pounds of meat in a week. Okay. So if I'm stabbing 60,000 pounds of meat, a day, 120,000 pounds of meat a day, 6 days a week, whatever. All those little bits of meat, those line workers, they gotta grab that shit by hand. You know what I'm saying? They gotta organize it all by hand. They gotta load it all by hand. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 movements per person throughout the week, which is just a ridiculous amount of motion. The dudes at the meat factory, I haven't worked somewhere where there was a lot of strong people, right? Other than stages. I went from working at setting up stages was my first job, and then I was a porter at a truck stop, and I was working at a McDonald's, and not one person there could just pick up a 30-pound dumbbell, right? They can't just pick it up and You know, like just they can't grab a 40-pound box over their head. Their arms shake and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, that's not how I grew up at all. Working in I worked in a redistribution factory for coffee. For Keurigs, actually. It was for Keurigs. And it's like every box would weigh like 15 pounds. But there'd be like you'd have like 1,500 boxes like per truck and shit. 2,500 boxes per truck. And so like you're bending over and squatting like half of those boxes, you know what I'm saying? Because half of those boxes you have to set on the ground from being up high. And so like that was a job that I noticed a lot of people got really like, there was a lot of really strong people there, you know what I'm saying? But they work in like a production line kind of. CNC, like machinists and stuff, that stuff is like hard on your body, but it doesn't make you fucking jacked, it doesn't give you muscles. It gives you a bad knee and like arthritis in your wrist and shit. I hear those guys complain about stuff all the time, and I'm glad that I only like did that for a little bit. Cause I could sit there like run a machine and stuff, but what I don't like is that a lot of the times like you'll have a platform and they don't want you out of your platform. But a lot of the times your platform is made for someone that's like 5'3", 5'5", and I'm 6'2". You know what I'm saying? I need to stretch, and if I need to stretch, I can't stretch inside of like a constricted area. I need to step out of the platform. And they would just like hate when I did that shit. It was super annoying. Super fucking annoying. Like, well, you can't stretch. It's like, oh, so I'm supposed to just develop fucking arthritis and carpal tunnel and damage my meniscus because you want me to stay in the same exact position for fucking 4 hours at a time. You can eat a dick. I'm stretching. I stretch good. My whole body is stiff after that stage yesterday, though. Like, my back keeps cracking. My muscles are all cramped up in my back. It's rough. I'm gonna grab some lemonade or something. How's your day going, though? I slept pretty good. I slept like 6 hours, and then I took like a 2-hour nap, 3-hour nap maybe. So I got 8 hours of sleeping for sure. Hell yeah, that's lit.
I'ma keep it real, I'ma keep it real. I don't give a shit about how y'all feel. Go around laying down my skills. I got the crowd down and kneel. If you're bouncing around town, being alive.
The settings on this emulator are so fickle, dude. It runs pretty fine for the most part. But it lags really bad with Streamlabs. I don't know why. And only the loading screens will go over 30 FPS. I can't figure anything out for it. I need to get a controller so I can just play on my phone. I'm gonna try to get a rocket this weekend. We're like halfway there. I'll use my points. We're not really halfway there. We're like 20% of the way there. Oh shit. I guess we got a treasure box though. 34K? Yeah, we need like 34K, I think. But we did just get a treasure box, I guess. We could all, I think the treasure boxes are limited to like 100 people per box. Like 100 winners or something. Maybe 100 winners. But they have some, there's some stipulation like, I'm gonna do it. It's 100 elixir. Bet. Anna, I'm sending this to you. Oh, it's 13 hours away though. That'd be a 15-hour stream. Right? We've tried a couple times. Oh yeah. What should we do? Should we take a little break from gaming? Click.
Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's hairspray with Gorilla Glue adhesive spray. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On February 24th, 2019, a woman arrived at a ceramics factory in Hubei province in China. She walked through the front door into the main office where she saw a desk attendant. She informed them she was a quality control inspector and she was there that day to inspect their vehicles. The attendant was accustomed to their company being periodically inspected, and so she asked the woman if she needed any
That's
help.
my little
And the woman
battle
said, "No,
tag.
I'm just going to roam around your building, check what I need to check, and then I'll be out of here." And so the attendant told her that was totally fine, and if she needed anything, just come back and she would help her. And so the inspector thanked her and then turned around and went out the front door and checked the vehicles in the front lot of the ceramics factory. And then after she was done, she went back into the main office. She walked past the attendant and out the back door into the very active yard where all day long these huge bulldozers would move around thousands of pounds of sand. And so the inspector walked out that back door and she scanned the yard and she saw there were 2 bulldozers doing just that, moving all around. And then off to the left side, there was a dump truck that seemed to be stationary. And so very confidently, she just walked right into the yard and made her way over to that dump truck. And then when she got there, she flagged the driver down and said she was an inspector and that she was going to check the vehicle out. And so the driver helped her by turning on and off signals and moving back and forth. And then at some point, the inspector needed the dump truck driver to back up a significant distance. She needed to watch him do that. And so she, the inspector, backed away from the dump truck until she was in the middle of the yard, standing right in front of this parked bulldozer. What happens next is all caught on video. And so as she's standing there and she's watching the dump truck back up right in front of her, the bulldozer driver right behind her turns on the machine and immediately lurches forward. Now, the driver of this bulldozer did not see the woman, and she was in his blind spot right in front of the bucket of his bulldozer. And he was not aware there was somebody on foot walking around the yard. It's an extremely dangerous place to be on foot. And so he goes right into her and he knocks her backwards. She falls into the bucket. She starts screaming, but no one can hear her. It's so loud. And the driver drives the bucket directly into a pile of sand and scoops up thousands of pounds of sand that come down directly on this woman. So now she's completely buried alive and being crushed by all this sand. And then the driver, completely oblivious, lifts the bucket up, turns around and drives across the yard and dumps the sand and the woman into a vibrating sand crusher. The vibrating sand crusher is exactly what it sounds like. It pulverizes bits of rock and stone and grinds them down into a very fine powder. The machines come in various shapes and sizes, but this one inside of this ceramics factory was a top-loaded version, and it basically looked like a big dumpster with this big opening at the top. And so these bulldozer drivers would take these clumps of sand and they would dump it in this opening at the top of this bin. And then once they dumped their sand into the opening, the machine would vibrate, causing the sand to filter its way down towards the bottom of the machine, where there were these big, vicious metal claws that constantly smashed together and would just completely obliterate anything that passed through them. In the video, when the driver dumps his bucket load into
Did my
the
stuff
sand
buffer or
crusher,
something?
you can actually see the woman falling in, but then she immediately jumps into action and begins trying to pull herself up and out of this pile. And at some point, she gets most of her upper body out, and she waves, and she gets the attention of the driver who's just dumped her into the sand crusher. And the driver, he stops right away. You can see the vehicle lurch to a stop. He leaps out and he starts running over to the sand crusher. But as he's running over, this woman who's waving and waving, at some point her leg or some other part of her gets grabbed by those jaws at the bottom of the machine. And she's pulled slowly.
I had set it to
down into the
8K
sand
to
crusher.
try and see if
Happens,
the
driver
camera
is
lag
frantic
was
and
a
screaming for other people in the factory,
bitrate
and
issue,
over
but it
help.
didn't
And at some
fix it,
point,
so
the others inside, they realize there's an emergency and they all run over. But
I
when
should
they
probably
realize
switch it
what's
back to
happened,
6K.
that someone has fallen into the sand crusher, they all just stop and stand there because they know there's nothing they can do. The woman was gone. In June of 2015, 45-year-old James Young landed his dream job. For the last several years, James had been a 5th grade teacher in East Canton, Ohio, teaching special education. And while he loved his job and he loved the kids he worked with, he had always had his eye on becoming a guidance counselor for high school students. In 1988, James had actually graduated from East Canton, Ohio High School, and ever since his graduation, he had wanted to come back to the school and help the next generation of East Canton students prepare for their lives as adults. And a guidance counselor was designed to do just that. James had applied for the job before, but every time he applied, they would tell him that while he was qualified, there just wasn't a spot open for him. However, at the end of that school year, he was told a guidance counselor spot had opened up at the high school, and the job was his if he wanted it. And so, of course, James said, yes, I'll take the job, and immediately he told his mother about this amazing news. And his mother, who lived only a block away from him in East Canton, Ohio, would say that her son was so ecstatic about the job that normally when summer break was coming up, he would really look forward to that time off from school. But now that he had this new job to look forward to, he was already anxious for the summer to be over. James was a single man, but he was not lonely. He had a number of very close, lifelong friends that he would spend virtually all of his off time with. And that summer, he did just that. He went out with his friends, they explored all of Ohio and outside surrounding areas. They spent a lot of time outside, and they enjoyed each other's company. Towards the end of the summer, James and his friends knew it was time to schedule their annual trip to Cedar Point. Cedar Point is an amusement park about 2 hours northwest of East Canton, Ohio. It's situated right on the shores of
I've been to
Lake
Cedar
Erie,
Point.
and it's known for its incredible roller coasters, of which they had 17, making them the park with the second most roller coasters in the world. Every summer, since James could remember, he and his very close friends would make a trip out to Cedar Point, usually at the end of the summer, to kind of cap off their vacation. After looking at their calendar, they decided that the best day to go would be Thursday, August 13th. This would give the group of friends one more fun thing to do before the following week James started his new job. So on the morning of that Thursday, the friends piled into a car and they made the 2-hour commute up to Cedar Point. And as soon as they got there, they went inside, they grabbed a map, and they began systematically hitting as many rides as they possibly could. And so by 4:30 p.m., they were totally exhausted. They'd been on virtually every ride. And so they were about to call it a day when James and his friends decide, hey, let's go on one more ride before we pack it in. And so they pull out their map and they're looking, and they realize they haven't gone on one of their favorite rides. It was called the Raptor. The Raptor was not Cedar Point's biggest roller coaster, but it was their fastest. It would reach a top speed of 57 miles per hour. Passengers are seated 4 across with their feet dangling below them in these suspended chairs with the big harness that comes down. And then once the ride starts, they're brought slowly up this 137-foot hill. And then at the top, they pause before being dropped down into this nearly 4,000-foot long track that spins them upside down 6 different times. So James and his friends, they closed up their map and they ran their way over to the Raptor. They got in line, and by 4:50 p.m., they had made it to the front of the line. They got into their seats, their harness came down, and then the ride started. And they were pulled up to the top of the hill, they paused, and then they were launched down the track, and for 2 minutes they zipped and zagged and looped-de-looped all through this track, and then it was just suddenly over. And the friends had a great time on the ride. Except James realized about halfway through the ride, when they were upside down, his phone and wallet had come out of his pockets, and he actually saw them fall down towards the ground.
It is
Although
kind of
he
scary.
didn't see exactly where they landed, he had a pretty good idea of where they were. And so after they got off the ride, the friends were kind of talking about how much fun it was, and James said to them, hey, I lost my cell phone and wallet.
You've seen
You guys come with
Final
me while I go
Destination?
for them." And so the friends agreed. They left the Raptor station and they walked down the paved path until they were in front of this fence that said no trespassing. And so James gets up to the fence and he's looking inside of this fenced-in area, and he sees right in the middle of this restricted area is his phone and his wallet. And before James's friends could tell him not to do this, he had climbed over the fence and entered into this restricted area. He ran over to his phone and his wallet, he picked it up, and then when he stood back up again, the next wave of Raptor riders came blazing through the area, and the underside, the steel underside of the ride, hit James right in the back of the head. He never saw it coming. It threw him forward, he landed on his face, and immediately the park officials saw this happen. They stopped the ride, but the riders on board the Raptor, they didn't know what was going on, and so they're stopped on the ride. They're looking down, and they hear people screaming, and they look down, and they see there's this man, James, lying face down on the ground with blood pooling around his head. The fence James had climbed over was there specifically to keep visitors from getting too close to this one low point in the Raptor ride where the ride can come through and it can hit you. And so medical workers, they rush over, they hop over the fence, they get to James, but it was too late. He was pronounced dead at the scene. That day, Cedar Park was put under investigation for James's death, but after reviewing the footage and talking to witnesses, the investigation was closed and they determined that the park was not at fault. James, despite being a very intelligent and sensible man, had a brief lapse in judgment, and it unfortunately cost him his life. Today, Cedar Park is still open for business, and the Raptor ride is still operational. On August 14th, 2012, Celestino Cervantes picked up 28-year-old Victor Diaz for work. Celestino was an expert roofer, and he had just hired Victor to come on his crew and help him with a particular job. This was going to be Victor's first day as a roofer, but for the past 10 years he had worked in construction, so he was familiar with the operation. The two men arrived at their job site in San Antonio, Texas around 8 a.m. that morning. They were in charge of putting a new roof on a 115-year-old building that was being redeveloped into a fancy steakhouse. Until 2001, this building had been used by a brewing company to house their enormous boilers. As such, this building was referred to as the boiler house. Protruding from the boiler house roof was this large metal duct that was 15 feet long and almost looked like a covered walkway, and it connected to the side of this huge smokestack. This duct and smokestack used to be how the built-up condensation inside the boiler house was able to travel up and out of the building. When the two roofers got out of their truck, Celestino told Victor to take his tools and make his way up to the roof of the boiler house and get to work, and that he had a few things he had to do down on the ground floor, but he would be up to check on him in a little bit. Celestino turned around and was fiddling with his equipment inside of the truck, while Victor made his way into the building and out of sight. An hour and a half later, Celestino went up to the roof to check on Victor, but he couldn't find Victor anywhere, and he couldn't find his tools anywhere. So Celestino went back down into the main section of this building where other contractors that were working on this renovation were, and he began asking them, hey, have you seen this guy, Victor? He works with me, I can't find him, and no one had seen him. And so Celestino's thinking to himself, well, I guess Victor must have left. But that didn't really make any sense because Victor didn't have a vehicle and he didn't live nearby. But Celestino's thinking, you know what, maybe somebody came and picked him up. Now, unfortunately, Victor did not carry a cell phone, so nobody had any way of getting directly in contact with him. So Celestino leaves the building and he calls Victor's brother and he asks him, you know, have you seen Victor? Do you know where he might have gone? And Victor's brother says, no, I haven't seen him since this morning when he left with you. So Victor's brother began calling around to friends and family and asked them if they had seen Victor, but nobody knew where he was. So for the rest of the day, Celestino and the rest of Victor's friends and family, they went out looking for Victor at the job site and around the surrounding areas, but there was just no sign of him. And so that night, Victor's brother went to the police to file a missing person report. But the police told him that it was really too early to file a report because Victor was an adult and there was no sign of foul play, and that he should just come back in a day or two if Victor still has not shown up. 2 days go by and Victor had still not shown up, so Victor's sister-in-law went back to the police and says, okay, now I want to file a missing person report. We don't know where he is, no one can get in touch with him, we need your help. But the officer she spoke to told her that she still needed to wait another 5 days to process this request. It would turn out this was just not true, it was a mistake. There was no arbitrary waiting period to file a missing person report. So without any help from the police, Victor's friends and family and co-workers spent the next several days scouring San Antonio, scouring the job site, looking everywhere for him and handing out flyers and asking people if they had seen him, but no one had. He had just disappeared. By Monday the following week, so 6 days after Victor has gone missing, his family had printed out dozens of these huge posters with his face on them and a number to call if you had any information about him, and their plan was to distribute them the following morning all over San Antonio. But the following morning, before they headed out, they got a call. Victor had been found. 7 days earlier, when Celestino told Victor to head inside and make his way to the roof and begin the project, Victor had gotten his tools, gone inside, he made his way up the stairwell to the second floor, and then he made a series of odd decisions. Instead of making his way to the access door and climbing his way up to the roof, he went to the far side of the second floor where there were all these wooden barriers preventing people from going any farther. He climbed over all these barriers and he reached the entrance to that huge duct where the condensation used to go. And so from his perspective, he would have been looking into this duct and it would have been completely pitch black because it connected to that smokestack and the smokestack was totally sealed off. But despite not having any idea where this tunnel goes, and it clearly not being the place Celestino told him to go, Victor decides to just get into this tunnel, which required bending over because it was only 4 feet tall and 5 feet wide.
I'm a smoke, so I don't want to be on camera.
And he begins shuffling his way deeper and deeper into this tunnel until he reaches the end of the tunnel where it actually connects into the smokestack. Now, at the top of this duct, where it connects to the smokestack, there wasn't a grate or bars or any sort of barrier that would stop you from spilling into the smokestack. And because it was totally pitch black, Victor, when he made it to the edge of that duct, he just kept on walking and fell 20 feet down to the bottom of the smokestack. And so in total darkness, Victor, who was probably badly hurt from the fall, began feeling around the inside of the chimney looking for a way out. And he eventually found a hatch that was big enough for him to fit through, but when he felt up against it, he realized it was locked from the outside and it wouldn't even budge. He couldn't even get light to come in through a crack. It was totally sealed off. And that was the only way out of the smokestack unless he could get back up to the duct, but there was no way to do that. He most likely began screaming for help, but he was encased in thick brick, and so his sound wouldn't have traveled. It would have been completely muffled. Plus, the smokestack was fairly far away from the job site, which was very noisy as it is, and so there was just no way they could have heard him. And the smokestack and the duct were not part of the renovation, and so there was absolutely no foot traffic over around the smokestack. He was completely alone, no one knew he was there, and there was no way out. 7 days after Victor fell into the smokestack, workers over at the job site, they noticed this huge swarm of flies over around the base of the smokestack. There were so many flies over there, they decided they had to go investigate. And so as they walked closer and closer to the smokestack, they were hit with this overwhelming stench of death and decay. And then when they got to the smokestack, they could see the flies were centralized on that hatch at the bottom. And so they cut the lock, they opened it up, and inside they found Victor's body. And they saw his hands were badly bloodied and bruised, and they were pressed up against the inside of the hatch, indicating in his final moments he was desperately trying to open that hatch and save himself, but there was just no way to do that. Although no one knows this for sure, it's believed Victor confused the condensation duct with the access point to the roof. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's video, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us a timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's hairspray with Gorilla. For over 20 years, a person in Austria kept a horrible secret. And in 2008, that secret was inadvertently revealed and it shocked the world. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, invite the like button to come over to your house for a family dinner party, and then proceed to serve them a severely oversalted dish. But before they take a bite, be sure to tell them you're so proud of your cooking and you can't wait to get their feedback. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. On August 28, 1984, an 18-year-old girl named Elizabeth went missing. On the first day she was gone, her friends and family went out looking for her, but they couldn't find her. The following day, when she still hadn't shown up and no one had heard from her, her parents went to the local police station in their Austrian town of Amstetten, which is about an hour west of Vienna, and they reported her missing. The police launched an initial search of the town and the surrounding areas, but after several weeks, they had found nothing that connected to Elizabeth and where she might have gone. A month after she had been reported missing, her parents came back to the police station, except this time they were carrying a note they say they received in the mail from their missing daughter. It was postmarked from a town that was about 2 hours west of Amstetten, and in this note, Elizabeth writes directly to her parents, and she tells them that she had grown tired of living with them, and she did not want them to come looking for her, and if she discovered they were looking for her, she would just flee the country. After the police read the note, they asked the parents if they thought it was real, if this was a legitimate letter from their daughter, and they said, yeah, they think it is. And then after that, her father, Joseph, suggested that maybe his daughter had run off to join a cult. That was something he thought she was getting into before her disappearance. After the parents left the police station, the police began conducting interviews with other family members and friends of Elizabeth to see if it was possible that she might have run off to join a cult. And virtually everyone they spoke to said, absolutely not. There is no way she ran off to join a cult. That just wasn't her. She was a quiet, reserved person, and they had never heard her talking about a cult or anything that even resembled a cult. These answers left the police feeling very suspicious of the whole situation, and so they decided to look into the young woman's history to see if there was some other reason she might have run off. In their research, they discovered that Elizabeth was one of 7 siblings that all lived together with their parents, Joseph and Rose Marie. Joseph was a successful electrical engineer and real estate developer who was well liked and respected in town, and Rose Marie had gotten married very young at the age of 17, and she had stayed home to take care of the kids. By all accounts, from the outside looking in, they were a very ordinary family, but as the police began to dig deeper and deeper into their history, they discovered there were some big problems behind closed doors. Despite his friendly outward public appearance, Joseph was actually a ruthless authoritarian when he was home alone with his family. At night, when he came home from work, his wife and his kids would immediately stop whatever they were doing and go silent in hopes they might avoid a beating. The only member of the family that seemed willing to stand up to Joseph was Elizabeth, and she and her father would frequently get into screaming fights, and then as punishment for these fights, Joseph would not only beat his daughter, he would also prevent her from seeing her friends for long periods of time, and he would go through her personal things like her diary. Their toxic relationship finally came to a head when Elizabeth finally ran away from home 2 years prior to her most recent disappearance. She made it all the way to Vienna before authorities caught up to her and brought her back home. Upon learning about this earlier disappearance, the police became convinced that the most recent disappearance was yet another attempt to escape her abusive and controlling father. And so the police decided that this was more of a family affair, and they didn't push the investigation further. A year went by, and neither the police nor her family heard anything from Elizabeth, and so her case was closed. But 24 years later, a seemingly unconnected event broke her case wide open. On April 19, 2008, a 19-year-old named Kirsten was rushed to the hospital in Amstetten. Her skin was so pale it looked almost transparent. She was unconscious and suffering from seizures as well as lung and kidney failure. The doctors were able to stabilize her by putting her into a medically induced coma, but after running a litany of tests, they couldn't figure out what was causing her to have this medical condition, and so they were not able to treat her effectively. They assumed it had to be some sort of genetic condition, so they put her name into the medical database, but nothing came up. Her name wasn't listed. And so this was very perplexing because everybody's name was in this database. And so they took her name and they ran it in other medical databases, and her name didn't show up in any of them. And so totally confused by this girl who seemingly didn't exist,
This is
was
wild.
exhibiting symptoms of
Wild.
a condition none of the doctors had seen before, the doctors decided they had to speak to the guy she showed up with, an older man who was out in the waiting room. When the doctors approached him, he said he was Kirsten's grandfather, but beyond that, he offered virtually no new information. In fact, he was aggressive and rude and dismissive, and anytime they asked him questions, he would answer as minimally as possible. And when the doctors really fixated on whether or not Kirsten had some underlying medical condition, he would not give them an answer. He would just dismiss it and say he didn't know anything, but it was the doctor's impression that he did know something, he just didn't want to tell them. And this behavior shocked them because they're thinking the information he has could potentially save his granddaughter's life. Why wouldn't he want to give it to us? And so after this disastrous interaction with the grandfather, the doctors decided to get the police involved. There were just too many red flags not to.
Well,
when the
shit.
police arrived, they were surprised to find out that this older man in the waiting room was none other than Joseph, the father of the still missing girl, Elizabeth. The police asked Joseph, "What's going on here?" And he tells them that earlier that day, he had opened his front door of his house, and lying on his front step was a girl he had never seen before. It was Kirsten, and there was a note laying on her from his missing daughter, Elizabeth. In the note, Elizabeth writes to Joseph directly and tells him, "This girl here is Kirsten, and she is my daughter, so she's your granddaughter, and she's sick, and I can't take care of her. Can you and Mom take her to the hospital?" While the police had many more questions about this totally bizarre turn of events, they realized that for the time being, they needed to focus their efforts on just getting Elizabeth to contact them because they needed to know more about Kirsten's medical condition so they could save her life. And so the police went to the media and they put out a message on TV and on radio that was a direct appeal to Elizabeth that basically said, "We need you to come forward as soon as possible and speak to us so we can help save your daughter's life."
This
And
is
all the
scary.
messages worked because a week later, Elizabeth, along with her father Joseph, showed up at the hospital where Kirsten was staying. When doctors asked, Joseph did not get into detail about how he actually located Elizabeth. He simply said he found her and now she wants to see her daughter. The doctors noticed that Elizabeth, who was supposed to be in her early 40s, looked like she could easily be in her 60s. Her hair was completely white and her skin was so pale it was almost transparent, just like they had noticed about her daughter's skin. And so after they checked in, Joseph and Elizabeth made their way to Kirsten's room, and the pair went inside, and the doctors that were in there would say that Elizabeth looked terrified. She was hunched over and kind of slouched down, and she wouldn't make eye contact with any of the doctors. And as she was standing there looking at her terribly sick daughter, the doctors began asking her, do you know of any underlying health problems your daughter might have that might help us treat her more effectively? And Elizabeth was so scared she couldn't even talk. And at some point, the questions became too much for her, and she just turned around and walked out into the hall with Joseph. And once they got out into the hall, the police were waiting for them. They had been tipped off as soon as the doctor saw Joseph and Elizabeth come into the hospital. Elizabeth and Joseph were detained and brought to the police station, where they were put in 2 separate rooms to be interviewed. They first interviewed Elizabeth, and initially, just like in the hospital room, she was totally mute and didn't say anything. And for 5 hours, the police grilled her with questions.
He kidnapped his own daughter and raped her.
What happened to Kirsten? Did she have something to do with her illness? And they kept reminding her throughout these 5 hours that if she never gave them any information, and God forbid something were to happen to Kirsten, she, Elizabeth, could be held criminally liable. And so eventually, Elizabeth, in a very small, meek voice, said, okay, I'll tell you the story, but you have to promise me I never have to see my father, Joseph, ever again. When she said this to the police, they could tell she was so scared that they said, okay, fine. You never have to see your father again. We'll make sure of it. Now tell us what happened. After that, Elizabeth clutched her hands. She took a deep breath, and then she told them one of the most horrifying stories they had ever heard. A story so disturbing that it would make headlines all around the world for months. It all began 24 years earlier on August 28, 1984, the day Elizabeth went missing. On that day, she told police she was at her family home in Amstetten when her father asked her to come into the basement to help him with something. Her father, for the last several years, had been constructing a bomb shelter in their basement, and he was now only 1 door installation away from being done. At the time, in the early 1980s, the Cold War was still very much on, and so building bomb shelters inside of your home was a relatively common thing. So Elizabeth goes down into her basement, and she sees her father standing in front of this empty frame where this door is going to go that leads into the shelter. And so she walks over and steps through the frame into the shelter. She turns around, and her father hands her this door, and she holds it in the middle of the frame while he secures it to the hinges. And then once it's securely in place, suddenly he swings open the door, knocking Elizabeth backwards farther into the shelter. And before she could stand back up again, her father had run inside and pushed an ether-soaked towel onto her face, knocking her unconscious. When she came to again, she found herself chained up in the very back room of the shelter. It would turn out this bomb shelter that Joseph had spent 6 years constructing was not actually a bomb shelter. It was a prison he was building specifically for Elizabeth. To get into this shelter, you would have to go down the steps into the basement, which looked like a typical unfinished basement. And then on the far wall, you would see these shelves that had things like paint cans and screwdrivers and other tools you would expect to find in a basement. But if you walked over to the left side of the shelving, there was a lock on the back of it that if you undid it, the shelf itself would swing out like a door, and then behind it on the wall would reveal a 3-foot-tall secret door. This secret door was also locked, but not by a key lock. Instead, it was locked by a keypad lock that only Joseph had the code to. And since Joseph was an electrical engineer, he took great care in ensuring this lock never could be tampered with or destroyed. That thing was going to stay locked unless he unlocked it. When Joseph entered his code into the keypad, he could open that secret door and it would reveal this secret underground prison that was basically a winding maze of small rooms with ceilings that were too short to be able to stand up all the way. If you walked through this secret door and actually entered into this prison, you would start by entering this soundproof narrow hallway that went on for several feet before it entered into this very small bathroom area where the bathroom was unbelievably cramped and there was no doors, there was no privacy. And then if you didn't stop in the bathroom and you just kept walking straight through that first hallway, you would reach another hallway that was totally soundproof and narrow, and at the end of that hallway, it would feed into a very small bedroom that was so small that it barely contained the one bed that was inside of it. And then off to the right side of that bedroom was another door that led into a similarly sized bedroom. All of the walls of this underground prison were made of thick, reinforced concrete. That, combined with the soundproofing that Joseph had installed throughout the entire prison, meant no one could hear Elizabeth's cries for help. Also, the inside of the prison was heavily monitored by Joseph's security system. So truly, Elizabeth had absolutely no privacy. She was completely trapped, and the only way she was getting out was if her father freed her. For the first 5 years of her imprisonment, she remained in that dungeon all alone. Her only connection to the outside world was her father, who would come down almost every night to drop off basic supplies and to assault her. As far as Joseph's wife and his other kids knew, he was just spending all this time in the basement because that's where he worked when he was not at the office. In 1988, Elizabeth became pregnant with her father's child. She was terrified of the pregnancy and begged Joseph to at least allow her to deliver the child in a hospital. But he refused. He wasn't willing to potentially expose himself for what he was doing. And so he gave her a book about childbirth, and he gave her a pair of scissors to cut the umbilical cord, and he said, "Good luck." And so on August 30th, Elizabeth delivered her daughter, Kirsten, alone in that basement. Following the birth of Kirsten, Elizabeth would deliver 6 more of her father's children, all the same way she delivered Kirsten, alone and in the basement. In 1996, one of Elizabeth's newborn babies, Michael, was born with respiratory issues, and so Elizabeth pleaded with Joseph to take the baby to the hospital to get help, but Joseph refused. He was worried he would be exposed. And so 3 days after his birth, the baby died in Elizabeth's arms. And after the baby died, Joseph just took the body, threw it in a stove, and incinerated it like it was nothing. In the late 90s, the 6 living children down in the basement were getting bigger and noisier, and so Joseph came up with a plan in order to reduce the chances of them being discovered. And so one day, Joseph went downstairs into the basement, and he took one of Elizabeth's youngest children away from her. And then he threatened her and the rest of the kids down there that if they tried to fight back or if they ever tried to escape, he would seal off the basement and he would gas them to death. Previously, Joseph had punished the entire family by turning off their power and cutting off their food and water supply for multiple days at a time, so they knew he was willing and able to hurt them if he wanted to. And so when he took this young child away from Elizabeth, they didn't put up a fight, and the baby disappeared upstairs. And when Joseph's wife, Rosemary, came home, he put on this elaborate charade about how he had discovered this baby on the front step and that there was a note attached to the baby and it was from Elizabeth, their missing daughter, and this child was apparently Elizabeth's and she couldn't take care of it and she was leaving it here for he and Rosemary to raise it as their own. And Joseph had actually made Elizabeth write out this note and sign it to add credibility to the story. And so when Elizabeth's mother, Rosemary, saw this note and heard Joseph's story, she believed it. Over the next several years, Joseph would steal 2 more of Elizabeth's young children and then stage having found them on his front step with a note from Elizabeth. And with each discovered child, Rosemary amazingly never asked any questions. She just took these kids in and she and Joseph raised them as their own. Eventually, when these 3 kids got old enough, Joseph would tell them that their real mother, Elizabeth, was a lowlife and she had abandoned them and she didn't care about them, when in reality, their mother and their other 3 siblings they didn't know existed were locked up in the basement below their feet. Initially, investigators believed all of these children Joseph had with Elizabeth were all mistakes, but it would turn out that was not the case. Joseph would admit that the reason he initially imprisoned Elizabeth was because he wanted to completely control her. He wanted to own her. And so he decided that if he could just impregnate her as many times as possible and make her have all these kids, even if she eventually got out of the prison, no man would want her. She had too many kids, and so she would remain his property. And so over the entire time Elizabeth was imprisoned, over 2 decades, the night after the baby died, Joseph just took the body, threw it in a stove, and incinerated it like it was nothing. In the late 90s, the 6 living children down in the basement were getting bigger and noisier, and so Joseph came up with a plan in order to reduce the chances of them being discovered. And so one day, Joseph went downstairs into the basement and he took one of Elizabeth's youngest children away from her. And then he threatened her and the rest of the kids down there that if they tried to fight back or if they ever tried to escape,
he put his whole
would
family
seal off
down
the
there.
basement and he would gas them to death. Previously, Joseph had punished the entire family by turning off their power and cutting off their food and water supply for multiple days at a time, so they knew he was willing and able to hurt them if he wanted to. And so when he took this young child away from Elizabeth, they didn't put up a fight, and the baby disappeared upstairs. And when Joseph's wife, Rosemary, came home, he put on this elaborate charade about how he had discovered this baby on the front step and that there was a note attached to the baby and it was from Elizabeth, their missing daughter, and this child was apparently Elizabeth's and she couldn't take care of it and she was leaving it here for he and Rosemary to raise it as their own. And Joseph had actually made Elizabeth write out this note and sign it to add credibility to the story. And so when Elizabeth's mother, Rosemary, saw this note and heard Joseph's story, she believed it. Over the next several years, Joseph would steal 2 more of Elizabeth's young children and then stage having found them on his front step with a note from Elizabeth. And with each discovered child, Rosemary amazingly never asked any questions. She just took these kids in and she and Joseph raised them as their own. Eventually, when these 3 kids got old enough, Joseph would tell them that their real mother, Elizabeth, was a lowlife and she had abandoned them and she didn't care about them, when in reality, their mother and their other 3 siblings they didn't know existed were locked up in the basement below their feet. Initially,
Okay,
investigators
that's what he
believed
means.
all of these children Joseph had with Elizabeth were all mistakes, but it would turn out that was not the case. Joseph would admit that the reason he initially imprisoned Elizabeth was because he wanted to completely control her. He wanted to own her. And so he decided that if he could just impregnate her as many times as possible and make her have all these kids, even if she eventually got out of the prison, no man would want her. She had too many kids, and so she would remain his property. And so over the entire time Elizabeth was imprisoned, over 2 decades, the nightly assaults by her father never slowed down. They happened thousands of times. But despite the horrific and tragic circumstances surrounding each of her children's births, she loved her children unconditionally and would spend all of her time doing her best to educate them and care for them. The 3 children that remained with her, that were not taken by Joseph, she taught them how to read and how to write. And when Joseph had given them a TV and a radio to keep down there, she would use those 2 items to try to teach her kids about the outside world, and she would promise them that someday they would get to experience it for real. Finally, in 2008, so 24 years after Elizabeth had originally been captured by her father, her oldest daughter, Kirsten, becomes extremely sick, and Elizabeth convinces Joseph to bring her to the hospital. And 1 week later, Joseph's heinous crimes were revealed to the world. Once police found out about the secret prison, they rushed to the house and they went downstairs and they used the codes and instructions that Joseph had given them, and they went inside and they freed the last 2 remaining children that were still there. When they brought them to the hospital, the youngest of these 2 kids, who was 5 years old, he didn't speak the entire time. He just pressed his face up against the glass of the car window and he stared out in utter amazement, because to that point in his life, he had never actually seen the world. After those 2 kids were brought to the hospital, they were reunited with the other 3 siblings that had been taken away from them years ago to live upstairs with Joseph and Rosemary. And apparently the reunion was very emotional and the kids were extremely happy to see each other. And then a couple days later, Kirsten would come out of her coma and she too would have a chance to be reunited with all of her siblings. Kirsten would ultimately make a full recovery. It would turn out she was suffering from a severe vitamin D deficiency. And vitamin D you primarily get from the sun, and in her 19 years of life, she had never been in the sun. As soon as the story broke about this family being trapped inside of this basement, everybody had the same question. How could Elizabeth's mother, Rosemary, not know what was going on in her basement? But the police had the same suspicions about Rosemary, and they investigated her, and they ruled her out. And they said she's not at fault here, she's a victim too. She had been so badly abused by Joseph that she lived in fear of him. And so when he forbade her from ever going anywhere near the basement, she listened. And if she ever heard any strange sounds coming out of the basement, or if she ever suspected any strange behavior by Joseph, she kept those thoughts to herself because she was scared. It's also worth noting that in those 24 years that Elizabeth and her kids were trapped in the basement, Joseph had over 100 people rent out a room inside of his house that was right over the basement. In those 24 years, not one of those tenants ever said Joseph was acting strangely or complained about strange noises coming from the basement. However, one tenant who was there for a 4-year stretch had a dog with him the whole time, and every night the dog at some point would suddenly stand up, its ears would prick up, and it would start growling like it heard or it saw something. And at first, this tenant would try to see what the dog had seen or heard, but after never seeing anything, he would always just dismiss the dog when it did this at night. Later on, when that tenant figured out what was actually happening inside the house while he was there, he realized his dog was most likely hearing the faint sounds of the family that was imprisoned right below him. After a year of therapy and rehabilitation, Elizabeth and her 6 kids were given new identities by the Austrian government, and they were sent off to a secret location to start their lives over. As such, there's virtually no information about how they're doing today. However, anonymous sources have come forward and said the family has successfully reintegrated into society, and they are all leading relatively normal and happy lives. As for Joseph, he was quickly given a life sentence, and today he is one of the most hated people in his prison due to the nature of his crimes. He is so hated that in 2016, when he was out in general population, he was attacked by other inmates and had several of his teeth knocked out. And so now prison officials are worried if they leave him in general population, he'll be killed. And so he spends virtually all of his time in solitary confinement. He will be eligible for parole in 2024 when he is 89 years old. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button over to your house for a family dinner party and proceed to serve them a significantly oversalted dish. But before they take a bite out of it, make sure you say that you're so proud of what you've cooked and you can't wait to get their feedback. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is
That was a
Mr.
disgusting
Ballin.
story.
I also have a second YouTube channel.
That was
Sometimes the
fucking
truth is stranger
disgusting.
than fiction. And today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you're in a very crowded parking lot and you see the like button driving around looking for a spot, flag them down and point to your car suggesting you're going to leave, and then go to your car and stand there fumbling for your keys for a few minutes, and then just walk away. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories.
I don't know why I like these so much.
In 1918, during World War I, British soldier Henry Tandy found himself stationed inside of a trench in northern France. By this point, Henry was already considered a war hero, and he would go on to become the most decorated British soldier in World War I. But his awards are not what he is remembered for. On September 28th of that year, after a long day of fighting, Henry was propped up on the edge of his trench looking out towards the German line. It was dark and quiet, and there was mist in the air, and at some point, Henry noticed a figure way off in the distance walking towards him. Henry instinctively raised his rifle, but he didn't pull the trigger. He wanted to make sure who he was shooting was his enemy, because it could be one of their own men who got wounded and was making his way back to the trench. And so Henry's looking down his gun, staring at this guy, waiting to figure out who he is, and after a few seconds, out of the mist walks a badly wounded German soldier, so it is his enemy, but he wasn't carrying a weapon, and he didn't appear to understand he was walking directly into Henry's sights. Henry aimed his rifle right at this German man's heart, but he didn't pull the trigger, and the man just continued to walk directly towards Henry until he got about 30 meters away, at which point he stopped and looked up and realized his mistake. But instead of trying to run away, he just stood there and stared at Henry, seeming to accept the fact that he was about to die. Now, Henry had shot many men during the war so far, but he just could not bring himself to shoot this unarmed, wounded German who just looked kind of pathetic. And so with Henry's gun still up, he glanced to his left and he glanced to his right to make sure nobody was watching, none of his comrades were going to see this, and then he lowered his gun. And then Henry and this German man just stared at each other for a while until the German man just nodded his thanks, turned around, and wandered back into the mist out of sight. The man Henry had just saved was Adolf Hitler. In the early morning hours of June 10th, 1994, Deborah Hoyt suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. She and her husband were staying with relatives in Sacramento, California, and they were supposed to be there for the next couple of days. But as she was sitting there, she had this overwhelming urge to want to leave right then and there and head back to their home in Lake Tahoe. Because she didn't really know what to make of this overwhelming feeling, she shook her husband awake and told him about it. She thought that maybe something was wrong, and he said, you know what, you probably just had a bad dream and you're kind of waking up still half in your dream. It's not a big deal, just go back to bed. I'm sure everything is totally fine. And in the morning, if you still want to, I'd be happy to leave. And so Deborah said, yeah, you're right. I'm totally overreacting. I'm sure it was just a dream. And she laid back down to try to go back to sleep. But as she laid there, that sense of dread that something was wrong and that she had to leave right now, it was just growing and growing and growing until she just jumped out of the bed. She's just standing in the room and she says to her husband, honey, we gotta go right now. I don't know what's wrong, but we gotta go right now. And her husband did not want to go. And he said, come on, Deborah, get back in bed. It's not a big deal. But she was adamant. She said, get out of bed. We're leaving right now. And so begrudgingly, her husband said, okay, we'll leave right now. And so the two of them hastily packed up and then went downstairs and left a note for their relatives explaining their absence. and then they got in their car and they drove off. After a little while, the couple reached a very dangerous section of their journey back home. It was called Bullion Bend, and it was a very windy road up in the mountains where one wrong turn and you're going flying down the side of a mountain. After driving through this area for about 15 minutes, they rounded a particularly sharp turn, and as soon as they made the turn and could look down the road, Deborah, who was in the passenger seat, she saw up ahead on the right, off the side of the road several feet, something that was just lying there on the side of the road. She didn't know what it was. She thought it was maybe a bag or some trash or maybe a dead animal, and at first she was just going to dismiss it. But as her husband drove closer and closer to it, the light began to illuminate it, and she looked at it and couldn't really discern what it was until they were right next to it, and she looked out her window and she noticed it was a woman's body, a woman who had no clothes on, who was just lying there totally motionless. And Deborah immediately turns to her husband and says, "Honey, I just saw a dead woman on the side of the road." And her husband immediately is kind of panicked and doesn't slow down. He just keeps driving and says, "Hey, should we stop? Should we turn around? I mean, maybe she's not dead. Maybe we can help her." But Deborah at this point is now terrified, and she's saying, "No, keep going. Don't go back. I bet it's a trap. Someone probably put her there, and they're going to lure us in, and they're going to attack us if we try to stop and help her." And so in this kind of chaotic, frenzied reaction that Deborah and her husband are having, they decide that their best course of action is just to drive on and find the next payphone and call the police. And it just so happened that less than a quarter of a mile away was a ranger station with a phone. And so they pull into the parking lot and Deborah calls the police. The police tell her to wait inside of her car and they'll be out in a couple of minutes, and they're going to need her to bring them up to where she saw this body. So a couple of minutes goes by, the police show up, and they tell them to drive back up the road, but stop about 200 yards short of where you believe this woman's body is. And so Deborah and her husband, they get back in the car, they drive back up the road where they came from, and right at this point where the road turned very sharply is where Deborah knew on the other side of this turn would be this body. And so they pulled over on the side of the road. The police came up on their side and they said, "Yep, right around the corner, you're going to find her lying on the ground on the left side." And so Deborah and her husband are just sitting in the car watching as the police go up, they make that turn, and they kind of disappear out of sight. And then they see their spotlight moving around on the other side of this turn, and so they figure, okay, they're looking for the body. But after several minutes, the police came back down the road, and they stopped next to Deborah's car, and they said, "You know what, guys? We didn't see anything up there. There wasn't a body. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary." And Deborah would say to police, "I'm not lying. I know what I saw. It was a woman's body right there in front of me. I know it. It's right over there." And they would tell her that, "We believe you, but we can't do anything because there's nothing up there." And so they told Deborah and her husband to just head home, and they did. After Deborah and her husband took off and were gone, the two responding officers drove back to their police station, and once they were inside, they began speculating about what Deborah might have seen. And as they were talking, another officer came into the station, a guy by the name of Rich Strasser, and he overhears them, and he goes over. He's intrigued, and he asks them, "What happened? What did you see?" And they explained to him that this woman, Deborah, had spotted a supposed dead woman's body up on Bullion Bend. And as soon as he heard Bullion Bend, Rich remembered that just a couple of days ago, they had received a missing person report of a young woman named Christine Skubish and her young son named Nick, who had gone missing, and the last place they had been seen was up on Bullion Bend. And so Rich wondered if maybe there was a body up there, and maybe it was Christine's. And so the next morning, Rich got up early and he headed out to Bullion Bend. And when he reached the exact spot where Deborah had claimed to have seen this dead woman's body, he found a children's shoe. And so he stopped his car, he got out, he picked the shoe up, and he's looking around and he's looking for anything else that's out of the ordinary, but there's nothing on the road, there's no skid marks, there's no other debris, there's no other clothes, there's nothing. And so he walks over to the guardrail that overlooks this very steep embankment, and he looks down the other side, and at first all he sees is just trees everywhere, but as he's looking, he thinks he sees more clothing farther down the mountain. And so he climbs over the guardrail and he very carefully maneuvers his way down, and after only a couple of seconds he reaches a clearing in the branches and the trees, and he can see down to where the train kind of levels off, and right down there is a smashed up red 4-door sedan. It was the same type of car that Christine Skubish had been driving when she went missing. And so Rich ran down the mountain following debris all the way to this wrecked car. He goes around to the driver's side and he looks inside, and there in the driver's seat is Christine Skubish, and unfortunately she was deceased. And then on the passenger seat is her son, Nicky, and he is alive, but barely. He had gone 5 days without food or water. And doctors would say when Rich found him, he probably only had about 1, maybe 2 hours before he would have died as well. Authorities believe Christine fell asleep at the wheel and she drove off that embankment. Initially, Rich believed Deborah must have seen Christine when she was driving through the mountains and saw that woman on the side of the road. After her accident, Christine must have gotten out of her car and then climbed up that embankment and then laid on the road, hoping someone would see her, and then when no one stopped for her, she went back down to her car where she ultimately died. But, according to the coroner, that would have been impossible because when Christine crashed off the road, she died on impact 5 days before Deborah saw that woman on the side of the road. So it could not have been Christine. To this day, no one knows for sure who or what Deborah saw on the side of the road. But it is objectively true that Rich only investigated Bully and Bend and found Nikki alive because of Deborah's police report about this dead woman on the side of the road. And Deborah was only on that road because she'd had this totally weird middle of the night urge to suddenly leave a relative's house and drive up into the mountains, something she had never felt before and didn't really know how to explain. So either this is an extremely strange set of circumstances, or Nikki had a guardian angel. In early 1983, residents of the Cranley Gardens apartment complex in North London began complaining about their drains being clogged up. Initially, their landlord was dismissive and said, "Oh, it's just an old building, it's old plumbing, and that's why it's slow." But eventually, the landlord conceded and asked a plumber to come out and have a look. And so, on the evening of February 8th, an experienced plumber named Mike came out to Cranley Gardens, and after learning what the complaints were, he went around to the side of the building and he opened up a drain cover to have a look inside. As expected, when he shined his light down, he saw wads of hair and napkins and other things kind of mashed together, clogging up the pipes. And so he reached in and he began pulling the stuff out and putting it in a bucket right next to him. And then after he had cleared the majority of the obstruction, he reached his arm all the way into this pipe to feel around to see if there was anything in there that he just couldn't see. And at some point, as he was reaching, when his arm was almost completely into this pipe, his hand hit a major blockage. And so he moved his fingers around to try to feel what it was, but he couldn't tell. It was something that was fairly soft, but there were some hard things inside of it, like sticks or rods. So he grabbed a handful of this blockage, and he pulled his arm back out of the pipe. He opened his hand, and what he was holding looked like ground meat. But it wasn't any meat he had ever seen before. And inside of this fleshy substance looked like little bits of bone. Now, Mike had cleared many pipes before, and he had never seen meat be the reason for a blockage. And so this whole situation just seemed really strange, and he decided, it's late, I'll just come back tomorrow with my supervisor so he can see what this is too. So Mike puts the cap back on the drain pipe, and he walks out from behind the building back out towards his truck parked on the road. And as he's walking, two of the residents of this complex come out, and they say, "Hey, did you fix the blockage? What was it?" And Mike would say no, he hadn't, and then he just kind of blurted out that there was meat in the pipes. That was what was causing the blockage. And then one of these two residents says, "Well, I bet people are just flushing their Kentucky Fried Chicken down the drains. That's what's causing it." And Mike looked at him and he was like, "Yeah, maybe." And then he just turned around, got in his truck, and he drove away. Early the next morning, Mike and his supervisor came back to Cranley Gardens, and they went around to the side of the building, they undid that cap, and then Mike reached down inside expecting to feel this blockage, but where it should have been, there was nothing. Somebody had cleared the pipes. And so Mike and his supervisor are looking at each other, and Mike is like, "There's no way that cleared on its own. Someone had to have come out here and cleared it, but I don't know why they would have done that and still had us come out." But the men decide, you know what, maybe by chance it did just kind of slip through and clear itself, so let's just continue the process and make sure each of the apartment buildings, their individual pipe is unobstructed. And when they checked these pipes, they found all of them were clear except for one, apartment number 23, whose pipe was blocked up with more of this meaty substance. Mike and his partner were already very suspicious of the fact that someone had snuck out here in the middle of the night and cleared the pipe. Probably. They didn't know if that happened, but it seemed likely. And now they're finding more of this weird meat substance coming from a particular apartment. And so the whole situation just seemed off. And so they told the landlord that they were not going to touch this. Somebody else had to come out and deal with this. And the landlord, after finding out there was meat jammed in the pipes, got really freaked out and called the police. The police showed up, they pulled this meat substance out of the pipes, and they sent it to a mortuary where a pathologist looked at it and said, "This is meat. It's human meat." And in particular, the stuff that was pulled out of apartment number 23's pipes is that of a human neck. So the police go back to Cranley Gardens, they go up to apartment number 23, they knock on the door, and when the door opens, they're hit with this overwhelming stench of just rotting flesh. And standing in the doorway of this apartment, the owner of the apartment, is this guy who's in his late 30s, early 40s, who introduces himself as Dennis Nielsen. And they say, hey, Dennis, can we have a look around your apartment? And he says, why? And they say, well, we found human remains in your pipes. And Dennis immediately says, oh my goodness, I can't believe that. That's horrible. But the police are not buying it. And they say, you know what, Dennis? Tell us where the rest of the body is. And at this, Dennis suddenly went expressionless, emotionless, and he just turns around and he points into his bedroom and he says, it's in 2 plastic bags in my closet. And so before the police go into his apartment to go inspect these bags, they say, Dennis, are there any other bodies in your apartment that we should know about? And Dennis sighs and he looks up to the ceiling and says, yeah, there's about 15 or 16 here. It's a long story. It goes way back. I'd love to tell it to you, get this off my chest, and I'll do it at the police station. So after Dennis was arrested and brought to the station, he told them his horrible story. It had all started 5 years earlier in 1978 when Dennis was 33. He was at a pub having some drinks by himself when a teenager came into the bar and attempted to buy an alcoholic drink, and he was denied service. And so Dennis pulled him aside and said, hey, I'd be happy to give you a drink at my apartment. It's right down the road. And the young man, whose name was Steven, was very excited about this and said, great, let's go. Once they arrived back and they were up in Dennis's apartment, the pair had lots of drinks and they were having fun and laughing. And then at some point, the pair climbed into bed together. The next morning, when Dennis got up, his new friend, Steven, was still sleeping right next to him. And he had this sudden, overwhelming sense of dread because he knew as soon as Steven woke up, he would see this as a one-night stand and he would just leave. He would not stick around and remain friends with Dennis. And Dennis just did not like that idea. He wanted Steven to stay. And so he looked on the ground next to the bed and he saw the necktie that Steven had been wearing was on the ground. And so he got on the ground, he grabbed the necktie, he fashioned it into a noose, and then he climbed back on the bed, got on top of Steven's chest, and he looped the tie around his neck, and then he pulled it as tight as he could. And as soon as it was tight, Dennis would tell police that Steven came alive, and he began reaching for his neck and kicking Dennis as hard as he could, but he just can't get it off. And at some point, Dennis said Steven just seemed to give up. He looked up at Dennis and knew he wasn't going to get this off and that Dennis was determined to kill him. And so Steven just allowed himself to go limp and then he slouched over. And as soon as that happened, Dennis said he relaxed. But as he's looking at Steven, he realized he wasn't dead. He was just unconscious. And so Dennis goes into the kitchen and he gets this huge plastic bucket and he fills it up with water and he sets it in the middle of his kitchen floor. And then he gets a bunch of kitchen chairs and he lines them up like a table right in front of this bucket of water. And then he drags Steven's body into the kitchen and he lays him on his back on these chairs, but makes sure his head is not resting on the chair. His head is kind of dangling off the back of these chairs. And then he grabbed that bucket of water and he slid it right underneath Steven's head. And then Dennis got on top of the chairs, on top of Steven, and then he pressed the young man's face straight down so his head went backwards until his mouth and his nose were under the water. And Dennis held him like that until Steven regained consciousness, but again, he didn't fight it. He knew he was doomed. And after several minutes, the bubbles stopped coming to the surface and Steven was dead. Dennis pulled his victim off of the chairs, he brought him into the living room and he sat him on a chair, and then Dennis went into the kitchen and he made himself a cup of coffee and he smoked some cigarettes, and then he just stood in the doorway and looked at Steven's body. And he would tell police it was a very bizarre experience because Steven still looked like he was alive. In fact, Dennis would try talking to him as if he was going to talk back, but obviously he didn't. And at some point, Dennis realized, the life he had before he killed Steven was now over. He had a new life, and he didn't really know how to handle it. And so the first thing he thought to do was to clean Steven. So he took Steven's body and he brought him into the bathroom and he gave him a very long bath, cleaned his body, cleaned his hair, and then afterwards he got him out, he dressed him and put him into his bed, and then Dennis climbed into bed with him and laid with him. And he would tell police as he laid there, he suddenly felt overjoyed. Steven was not going to leave him. He was going to stay here as long as Dennis wanted him to. After laying with him for some time, Dennis realized he had to find a way to hide Steven's body in his apartment so no one could find him. And so he left his apartment and he went to a hardware store where he got an electric knife and a big storage bin. He brought them back to his apartment, and as he was about to cut Steven up, he just couldn't go through with it. So instead, he just climbed into bed and took a nap next to Steven's body. When he got up again, he moved Steven's body onto the ground in his living room and covered him with a blanket. And then he went and made dinner and then sat in his chair in the living room right next to this body on the ground and watched TV for a while. When he was done watching TV and eating, he looked at the body on the floor and realized, he really hadn't made any progress in terms of hiding him somewhere in his apartment. And that's when he remembered he had a loose floorboard in his apartment. And so he went over to the loose floorboard, he pulled it up, and he saw there was a space under the floors. And so he pulled a couple more boards up, and then he grabbed Steven's body and he attempted to force him down into this space. But by now, Steven's body had begun to stiffen up from rigor mortis. Specifically, his arms were outstretched like a Y over his head. And so as Dennis is trying to force him down in there, his arms were not allowing him to go down into that small space. So Dennis took Steven's body and he propped him up against the wall in his bedroom. So the body is against the wall, rigid, standing up with its arms up over its head, and Steven's eyes were still open. And then after that, Dennis just got in bed and fell asleep. So all night, this corpse is staring at Dennis in his bed. And then the next morning when Dennis got up, there was Steven still up against the wall with his hands in the air looking down at him. Dennis grabbed Steven's body and put it on the ground, and he began yanking and jerking and pulling on each of Steven's arms until they were pinned down by his side. And then after that, Dennis started working on his legs and his hips, and he began contorting him until he was small enough that he could pack him down under his floor. And then once he was under there, he just put the boards on top and went about his daily life. And for the next couple of days, he totally forgot about Steven. But a week after putting him under the floor, Dennis decided he missed Steven and he wanted to see him again. And so one night he opened up the floorboards, he looked down, and there was Steven, and Dennis would say it looked like he was dirty. So he pulled him out of the floor and he gave him another bath. And then after he had cleaned Steven, he pulled him out of the water, he dried him off, and he put him in the chair. And then Dennis took a bath himself in the same water he had just used to clean Steven. After a long soak in this tub, Dennis finally got out, he toweled himself off, he redressed Steven, and then he forced him back onto the floorboards and covered him up again. And he would remain there for the next 7 months until Dennis finally decided to dispose of him by burning him in a bonfire outside of their apartment building. And then after the body was completely incinerated and gone, Dennis remembered thinking, I can't believe I just got away with murder. And so he would do it again and again and again, killing at least 15 young men from North London, all by strangulation or by drowning or a combination of the two. And after he killed them, he would keep them stashed in his apartment for months at a time, in his closet, in his cabinets, in his bed, under the floors, all over his apartment. He had these bodies. And while these bodies were in his apartment, he liked to periodically take them out to spend time with them. He would tell police he found corpses to be beautiful. He was fascinated by them. But eventually, in 1983, he had so many bodies stashed all over his apartment that he knew he really needed to expedite getting rid of them. And so he began cutting them up and trying to force them down his drain, which eventually clogged the pipes. And so when Mike the plumber showed up and discovered this meaty substance in the pipes, and Dennis overheard him talking about it, that night after Mike was gone, Dennis had gone outside and attempted to clear the rest of the remains from the pipes. But he wasn't aware there were still remains stuck in the pipe that led to his specific apartment. Dennis Nielsen confessed to killing 15 young men and attempting to kill at least 7 others, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Dennis never showed any remorse, nor did he show any desire to want to be free again. He actually said he deserved to be in jail for what he did. In 2018, Dennis Nielsen would die in prison at the age of 72. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's video, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, the next time you're in a very crowded parking lot and you see the like button driving around looking for a spot, flag them down and point to your parked car as if you're going to leave, and then go over to your car and spend a few minutes fumbling for your keys before just walking away. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
That'll be the next one. We'll click on it.
Today, I'm going to share with you 3...
That was fucked up. Let's play some Call of Duty. Jesus. So many horrible stories all in a row. horrible fucking stories. What the fuck? What the fuck? That shit was evil. Evil as fuck. Which one do you think was the best? What was the best told story? Most shocking. I guess none of them are the best. Just horrible. Which one was the worst? Yeah, Joseph was pretty evil. Oh, it's another PP. Nandi. Plug my phone in. Yo, but that shit was fucking scary. The lady fucking falling into the bucket. That's fucking wild, dude. I don't know, man. Joseph raped his own daughter, and that one, the last guy was fucking killing kids. Yeah, they were all pretty evil. Yo, we just watched some fucked up ass stories. That shit was cringy as hell. Straight up. Enemies. Oh wait, I remember what I was gonna do. I wanna do some ranked. Ranks are always fucking intense. What is up? What is up? I got 4 modes in ranked. Search and destroy. Hardcore. Okay. This will be sketchy as fuck. No domination. No hard point. Confirm. Yeet! Hell yeah, thank you. Fuck yeah. We gotta... Oh, I didn't even know I unlocked this guy. And we got a new item. Or is that just him? Fuck about a backpack, my dude. No stock, what? Hell yeah. New attachment. Perk. Grip. New. Wounding's good. Wounding's very good. I've got one marksman, so we might go sniper. That's what I'll try as a sniper. I got 2 rocket launchers, that's kind of cool. New perk. Alert. Shows a general location of enemies on the minimap as they approach. Oh. Oh. Yoki. Alright. Grab some lemonade. Excuse me. No. Lemonade. almost there. I made it back. I'm good. Unable to find an opponent. Oh. Fire. What? laggy. I'm gonna How are you guys liking Outriders? Better not. Get in the fucking window, Matt. God damn it.
First blood.
I'm thinking that Outriders might have gotten enough updates to where they'll stop messing with it every day. Because Outriders was fun, to be honest. I really like Outriders.
Terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing. Airdrop has been delivered.
What's CCTV? So, yeah, but... So what is CCTV? Is that like a TV station over there? Oh, I got someone over here. I gotta go kill this mother effer. This bad guy. That's what I was asking. I saw someone shooting. Yeah, yeah. Now I understand. Mother.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Lit him the fuck up. I got my guns. Whatever. Fucking missed. Ooh.
Chip terminal is almost ready. Safe zone is collapsing. Airdrop has been delivered.
Yo, what up, Tom?
Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing. Down to the last 5 players. Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
No! Some bullshit. Liar. Fuck that guy. That bitch. There's no way he ducked and saw me and kept shooting. As that strafe left. Fucking nutsack. Fuck that guy. Yeah, that was pretty intense, to be honest. I feel like in the rated matches, people aim down on you faster, like they shoot you faster. Shit sketches me out. Seeing my health drop. And it don't go back up. It's what? So that's Tokyo Escape, okay. Ah. Yeah, I don't know why I like games like PUBG, kinda. Like, I like this because it reminds me of PUBG. Like, it reminds me of just like old school ass PUBG. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But, it's just the fact that, like, you don't really, like recover your health. You know what I'm saying? Like, in engagements and shit. Like, in Warzone, you heal pretty fast and stuff. In the multiplayer on this, it's like normal Call of Duty and stuff. You know, like, your health goes back up. But still, I just like, I just like having to, like, manage how much I get hit. I hear guns going off. He... I need more lemonade. It's okay, Rufio. I gotta go check out and see what that was. I'll be right back. Thank you for the follow, my dude. I'll be right back. There's something going on. I fucking hate this town. Hell yeah, no, I appreciate it very much. I'm gonna go back in. I've won one of these and I've lost two. One of them, I didn't even see anyone like the whole time I was running around. And I was on Warzone, when people drop in on this island, they all go inside and try to like hold the fucking corners and shit. So I went inside and no one went inside. Fucking ran around by myself. I just want to take out half the lobby. That's my real goal. Is like, I want to kill everybody. I'm not good at using the grenades in this game yet. Because the place where I rest my reticle, when I pull the grenade out, he fucking throws it way up.
Welcome to Alcatraz. The match is about to start.
No. Stop. Rufio. Go lay down. Fuck you. It's gonna just lag in this matchmaking, I think.
Further collapse expected. Travel to indicated.
Can't even go through the.
Fuck.
Bro.
Not a fucking single goddamn gun. Fucking bullshit is that?
Bro. Thanks, Dan. Come on. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Using adrenaline shot now.
Bro. Alright. That makes it unplayable. I can't stand that lag. That fucking lag. I won't do that again. Move, dude. Move. Stop lagging. What the fuck? You motherfucker. E.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start. Time for the mission. Get ready.
Hey. Yeah. Twin ninjas.
Flight will arrive.
That would have been clutch. Save my whole team. I never want to play with any of the three of them again. Ever. Oh, you know what? For one, I thought I hit start. I guess I didn't hit start. You know what? Let me figure this out real quick. Poll. Don't work? Huh. I activated it. Well, I added a polling to the bot, but I thought I set it up and I didn't set it up. It's turned on, but I didn't set it, so I want to see if I can set it. I'll fix it later. God, the lemonade is drying out my lips. Like super bad. But I want more. I want more lemonade. Dang, but so what that command is supposed to do, it's supposed to bring up a little menu for a poll. And then like, if I make a poll, the widget should pop up. And then anyone can do like, exclamation point, vote, and then like whatever the name is, for each category that you name, like that's like the identification for like the vote. So like you do like exclamation vote, pound, the pound key, so like the number key, number fucking like sandwich, something like that. And like that's how you like vote in the poll. I did set it up, I just don't think I it's probably for my other overlay. So I'm dumb. That game Elion is supposed to be coming out soon, and so is Perfect New World is coming out this year. New World is coming out this year. Elion Infinite Realm is coming out this year. Blue Protocol is coming out this year. I think Blue Protocol is coming out this year. Fantasy or Tower of Fantasy is supposed to come out this year. Sword of Legend is supposed to come out this year. I need a new MMO to play. Really. I never fixed my Elder Scrolls account, so I can't log. I never even really played Elder Scrolls. But that game looks kind of fun. Okay. Okay. You give me something, I'll do it. I don't know what that means, but it says 4 out of 5 Battle Royale, so we're gonna do a Battle Royale. Get it? That's a big difference. Oh yeah. Smexy. That's 60 damage. That's so dirty. Classic. I don't mess with these no more. Those effed my shit all up. Should be good. Nothing new. All right. Oh shit. What are we, like 4 hours in? Fellas. So we're at 4 hours, 28 minutes, and 7 snippets. Fuck. Let's send a notification. Give them a notification. I remember when like the first week I was using Trovo. Anytime you sent a notification, you can send a notification every 4 hours, and every time you would send the notification, it would restart your stream like no delay. But just fucking. And I didn't know that was happening for like the first 2 or 3 weeks. But now I can send notifications again. That shit's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna get some lemonade. Yank. Man, why is that lemonade making my lips so dry? Every sip. Every fucking sip.
I'm broken down, can't you see it? Nothing left of me, but I believe it. I'm peeling right from my skin, out in the shadows. On the inside,
You get what you cook. First. Oh shit. Thank you. Lonely with the support. I'm gonna keep this. Man, so much heavy ammo. Fucking confused. Oh shit, Time Lord, thank you. Hey. With the 100 manas. Hey. Ah, don't do that. Do the car. Do it. How did that bump? Just. Oh wait, yeah, I was driving this before This was the same car. Shit. Go up the hill. Get up there. Fucking go. Oh. Ah. Oh, mother effer. Yeet. Ah. Oh shit, he got sniped, boy. He got sniped. We ain't fucking around with that guy. It's just me and him, man. We gotta get him.
The safe zone is collapsing.
Damn. How is he so fast? Yo, that dude's probably pissed. Killed an enemy with 4 HP. Yeah, I was about to die. Oh, jeez. I tried to trick him when I knew he was crouched up, or he like ran up underneath me. I was like, fuck this. It's time. Warzone needs more skins like this. Shitballs. Deadly Oasis? Nah. I don't know who that is. Hear that? Ranked Shield. What's this? The Ranked Shield. Warzone is dead. Yeah, I don't like Warzone. And I just found out in this game how to make a private lobby. Last time I was messing around with the buttons. Stop! Fuck, where's Motherfucker. Oh, that'll be fun. I'll do that. Tag the end of 20. I just forgot how to make a private lobby. Ah. Shit, folks. Window. Okay, I think it's one of these buttons. Let's go back really quick. Aha, yeah, see? And then you make a Battle Royale room. See? Should we start hosting private BRs? That'd be fun as fuck. I remembered how to do it at least. I figured it out. We gotta make sure it's ranked. Whatever ranked tells us to do. Got a dirty bitch. Fuck. There we go. Is this screen too small? Should it be bigger? That or something? Something like that. Put it right there. Okay, we've been going for just under 5 hours. I'm gonna talk to my mom really quick. I I know I got up a couple of times today. I guess she's stressing out about something. So I might just mute my mic and talk to her. Turn my camera off real quick. Oh, shit. Tomorrow, though, tomorrow I probably won't stream until late. This is because I gotta be at Purdue University at like 6 p.m. So I'll stream during the day. I'll be up during the day. I'll stream during the day, and then leave out at 6. Teardown's not as long as setup. Setup takes like sometimes like 8 hours, but teardown takes like 3 hours, and I don't gotta go to the warehouse. I live in the opposite ass direction. They can unload it. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. What's up? Stop inviting me to your fucking party. I was just playing. I don't care if they invite me there. What up? Yeah, just talk to my mom really quick. Fuck, my lips are dry. I drank a cup of lemonade earlier today. The moment that shit touched my lips. Oh, I've been saying lonely. I just noticed that. Is that like, what is lonely? I got bad eyes. You gotta understand that I have very poor vision, and this screen it's very small. The screen very small. I can't see it. Smoke a little pot, vision gets blurry. Can't read. We got a president in the room. Of the sovereign nation of beans. What's up? I thought it was funny when I read that shit. Initially I was like, I'm lonely. I was like, what the? Damn. There's this one name that I'm pretty sure the guy's spelling Chevrolet. Very emo. Yeah, yeah. But he spells it so weird, but whenever I sound it out, whenever I see his name pop up, I'm like, Chevrolet. Hey, what the I want this to say 5 out of 5. So we're doing it again. I don't know how to make it say 5 out of 5. I just hope that eventually I just keep doing it and it'll give me a 5 out of 5. Lemonade. Yeah, I'm like, I probably started getting into streaming around like October. I never even really like watched streams or anything. That's all new to me, so like I'm just like, I have no idea. The mannerisms, the jargon, the lingo, anything. I did have someone try to tell me I was bald, and they were like trolling me or something. I guess they were trying to, you know what I'm saying? That was on Twitch. I just like, I don't know, they seemed very angry. It was kind of funny. That was like one of my first interactions on Twitch.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start. Time for the mission. Get ready.
He said some shit, like the first thing he said was like, I've been waiting for 2 minutes and you didn't even respond to me? And I'm just like... It was like my first or second time streaming, like off of my computer, like with the internet and everything. I was just like, get the fuck out of here. Fucking painters! Dunk your head in the fucking pool, little bitch. Juice. I'll try to snipe somebody, bro. Me dog. I just let him outside and he's already crying.
First blood.
Motherfucker. Dumb dog. You shut outside up. Oh, I'm a dog. Here you go, boy. Hey, don't lick your dick on my fucking bed. What are you doing? You're on the floor. Go. Get down. No. Go get down. Hey. Don't do it. Fucking lick your wang on my goddamn bed. What's wrong? It's my fucking bed. I lick my wang on it. It was Yoki. It was fucking Yoki. Fuck that green gun. I said, fuck you, get out. Go. I'm not even looting. I should probably loot some fucking shit.
Chip terminal is almost ready.
You fuck. Give it back. Give it the...
The safe zone is collapsing.
Sorry, motherfucker.
Airdrop has been delivered.
It will be been delivered. I delivered a drop today in the fucking toilet. That was a man. You're dead, boy. Yeah, he's gonna come back. He's dumb as shit. I'm still alive. Playing at fucking 15 FPS and I still win. You sons of a bitch. I could play Warzone at 100 FPS. And that game just fucking dicks me down. Every time I touch it, the game just fucks me. It's okay, Matt, you like dicks? It's like, no, I don't. Do I want? No, it gives me dick anyway. I don't fucking like it. Shot you in the throat. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Let's go G. Ha Bitch. Give me your things and keys. I'll take a
Half of
rocket.
the players are eliminated.
Oh, they're on the other side of the street. Okay. Where's this other soulless fuck at? You all dead. You're all going to die. Excuse my language. La la la. Amandula oblongata. Oh, I see something.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Fuck. Oh shit, what's up?
They wouldn't take a 50. That's all I had.
Damn.
So, Merrick, we found her cigarettes right here, so.
I'll go later. It's cool.
Yeah. That sucked. Because I was going to do other stuff. She goes, we don't take 50.
That's fucking right.
Chip terminal is almost ready.
Oh god, I thought that thing was a head walking out the other side.
The safe zone is collapsing. Airdrop has been delivered.
No, I lagged out when I hit him. No. I'll smack that motherfucker with the ATV. Eh. Motherfuckers. Oh shit, what? Nobody's online. 4 more kills, what do they get? 300 points. Yeah. 20,000 fucking. Jesus. Motherfucker. I still want that one. You fuck, I didn't click. I swiped. It said new. Everything I see is fucking lame. Damn, $10. $10. That's $5. See rifles. No. That a shark? Oh, that's lit. That is fucking lit. 100, you can eat wiener. I want a melee weapon, you sluts. Ooh. New. Okay. Hmm. Collection of classics for endless. Cool. Oh, I can only pick one at a time. Okay. I've been the zombie first every time. Every time I played infected or whatever. Do some of these. Damn. Yeah, and infected, in the old Call of Duty they had like infected. That was like zombie matchmaking, right? And so like there'd be one person that like at random becomes the zombie and they have like a gun for their first kill or something. After their first kill, you know, there's two zombies, and then everyone who dies becomes a zombie. You get like more points for kills and like surviving. And like you have to like survive like the entire round to win. Yeah, but I keep being the first zombie. I've tried it like 5 times, and I'm a zombie every fucking time. I'm just like, bro, why? But I do kill like everyone, so that's also really funny. Just running up and getting 4 kills. They can't shoot me or nothing. It's fucking hilarious. My aim's not that bad when I play on my phone. You know what I mean? So at the very least, most of the people that I'm playing against at least have like controllers. And I don't play that bad like on my phone like at all. I only play it. I did stream fucking Call of Duty Mobile from my phone a couple of times, right? But it was really awkward like sitting there, so I decided to just use the emulator. So my head's not all cocked and stuff. But if I can get a controller, I could kind of crop my hands up right. and I could like hold it comfortably. But the Razer Kishi doesn't work with Call of Duty Mobile, I guess. Call of Duty Mobile needs a Bluetooth controller. It doesn't accept the Razer Kishi, which sucks. I looked it up before I bought it. It doesn't work with Call of Duty Mobile. Yeah, it doesn't work with Call of Duty Mobile, and I can't pair it with my computer. So, I'll just get like an official Xbox controller. Just one that's not from Microsoft, so I can have a USB charger and not rechargeable batteries. Yeah. Like $20 cheaper too, so. See, I might get like a PS4 mock-up controller, because I like having both the analog sticks in the same spot. You know what I mean? I don't like having my thumb extended higher and then having a D-pad underneath my thumb. I don't know, I'm gonna save up some money first. Yeah. Yep. Let me grab my phone real quick. It's a fake controller or a fake phone? I don't. If your phone works, it can't be fake. If the controller works, but it doesn't pair with your phone, it might be a compatibility issue. What kind of operating system do you have? It's probably just a plug and play or something. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with getting used parts. You should get something used, cheaper, instead of yeah, that probably wasn't a controller. No, they do sell cheap ones for like $15. Normally wired, though. It'd be wired. Nah, I remember telling you how to turn it on. Your controller. It's gonna be 2 button presses. It doesn't. That's how it is for all controllers. It's 2 button presses to pair it. Your phone might not recognize the device, but it's got at least 3 buttons on it. Yeah, probably not Bluetooth. Well, see, wireless controllers are always more expensive. Like, when you unplugged the controller, did it stay on? Did it come with a dongle and a cable? Like, did it come with a little thing to plug into your computer? Yeah, so it didn't have a wireless battery. Or it didn't have a battery, so if it didn't have a battery, it didn't have any wireless. The only reason it would have batteries is because it's wireless. To use a cable, to use a controller cable, you need a OTC adapter. I'll show you. Oh. That message is too long. There we go. So you plug a OTG cable into your phone, OTG or OTC. You plug it into your phone, and then you plug a controller into the cable, and you can use a controller on your phone. Like technically the little adapter I have that has like a Ethernet cable and a HDMI cable on it and stuff, that's like a OTG cable. Like I could plug that into my phone and I could plug a controller into it and play on my phone. With a controller, of course. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, there's big benefits to using like a cable. Like with a cable, you get way less latency. Give or take, depending on like your setup, there's really not any latency with using a wireless controller anyway. Damn. I might go AFK for like 5 minutes to get me a drink, an actual drink, and stretch out real quick. But we're gonna be on for a while. It's Friday. We might switch up from Call of Duty Mobile. I don't want to burn myself out on it, because I do like this game a lot. Damn, I gotta point out how much I like the helmet. Like, it's got this screen underneath it. Like, underneath the face, it's got this screen. I really like it. Yeah, I won't be gone long. I just want to get a drink. What's something scary we could look at? Oh, my PS4 controller fucking died. I've been trying to set it up, but it doesn't charge anymore. I'm like, damn. So I should just get a new PS4 controller because I have a PS4. I gave my neighbor my other controller. I gave my little brother a controller. So my controller just died. I should probably just get a new PS4 controller. But see, I might do that later actually, because I intend on getting a new Xbox. Getting the new Xbox might happen before getting a new computer. Well, no, I'll probably hold out. Depends on my money situation. Depends on how much money I make in the next couple months. That'll really decide it. Because I already decided that I'm not doing a bunch of side gigs this summer. Normally, I pick up as much work as I can, like year round, and then I kind of chill out in the winter. But now I'm gonna enjoy my summer for like the first time fucking ever. Straight up. I was gonna go on vacation last year, but the Rona fucked that up. That was some bullshit. I was gonna go camping. It was gonna be awesome. It was gonna be fucking lit. Spend a couple weeks out in the woods by myself, like, shit. Look at the scythe. That's sick. It's a good little tool. There's got a couple of throwing blades right here. The 2 katanas. Alright, these are more like mini machetes. But still. Probably toss them at somebody. Little kukris right there. He's got a gun right there. A bunch of clips. Or magazines, rather. A couple NATOs. That's a bad setup. That shit's gnarly as hell. My mom's funny. Alright, yeah. I'm gonna take an actual break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me a drink, spruce up. slam some waters. We'll be back. When I get back, we'll do a couple more rounds of Call of Duty, but we might switch up, play some Outriders, or you know, we might just play something else. Something with mindless killing. Okay, bye. Fuck you too. Goodbye.
a title sinner. No chips left on this shoulder. No pride in growing older. But when your borrowed time is through, I'll be with you. Redemption no man can truly outlast all the mistakes of his past. There's no haven here for me that's safe from my memories. But when your borrowed time is through, I'll be with you. Redemption I'll be with you. Redemption I'll be with you. I should have known you were a liar when I met you. I should have known you had a secret little double life. I should have known you were the devil flying undercover. I should have known you'd fit the part. I should have known you were a star. You're on a roll, making waves in my world. I gotta step back, break me down, all this black. You're on a roll. palm is glowing, your head is spinning. Do you really watch your eyes for the truth she's saying? If you stand up tonight and put your hands up high, now one on your heart. Your message failed to send. Oppression sees no end. Your broken satellite has left you empty. Save your breath tonight. You know wrong from right. It's time to set the bar. We've fallen so far with everyone watching.
There was a fucking line. And to clarify, there actually wasn't a line at first, right? Like I went in there, I grabbed my drink, I went to the corner store, like literally like right there. Had to leave because the thing wouldn't read my card, so I had to grab my other card. Walked outside for like just to go grab my card and came back inside. Fucking whole ass line. Whole ass line. Got pots for the next couple days too, so a couple of more matches, and then switch up to some Grand Theft Auto, chill out in some Grand Theft Auto. Because I actually do enjoy the story in that. I don't like... I haven't played it GTA 5 enough to like know everything about it, so everything there still seems kind of new. What I need to do tomorrow is make clips and just edit some simple stuff. Do a couple of reworks on my overlay and bot tricks and all that. So I might actually start all that stuff at like 3 or 4 a.m. It's time to slip another nodie. See if my mom wants to hit this bowl really quick. Be right back. She's out in the other room. appreciate y'all lurking.
Take me back to the days I didn't care, where I could run wild and feel the sun in the air, watching life go past, and we didn't have to go fast, even though I had no cash, I always had your back. The feeling I get when I think of those times gives me the strength to stay on the grind. My stress, the state of my mind, I'm feeling blessed, I'm staying alive. Now that I learn how to love all my scars, feeling strong, get up with the stars, the better
back. Oh yeah. Man, I went to the corner store. It's literally like not even like a mile away, you know what I'm saying? Fucking I go in there, it didn't read my card, like it wouldn't take the card for whatever reason. So I go to my car, and by the time I go to my car and come back, there's fucking like a whole line of people there. And I was like, what the fuck? But I got me a drink. Nice to see you. I always have bad luck like that. Well, I don't really have bad luck. 12:30 a.m. Just a drink. Nah, I got beer here. I don't really drink alcohol that much. What up, Alex? I'm about to switch over to Grand Theft Auto. Yeet. I actually gotta update my stuff really quick. Yeah, I like the GTA story. The start of it, like the pickup before stuff gets kind of like cool. It's kind of slow. Plus, I get sidetracked all the time punching people. You know, other than that, I think I'll take my time with like Grand Theft Auto. Normally, I just run through stories. Man. Man, I feel it. when you get a rocket. Gets you on the front page space, basically. That's just one of my like short-term goals, is to get a couple of rockets every month. I'm new to Trovo, so I don't really, I care. I don't know how this shit works all that much. I mean, I kind of got an idea. I just ain't really like all that worried about it. It is. I know if people get a couple of rockets, they definitely get like the associate or like partnership. You know what I'm saying? Because if you get a rocket, you get put in front of a lot of people. That just leads to a lot of click through. So the goal is to get as much click through and to talk to as many people as possible. Engaging as possible while maintaining high kill counts. I guess like objectively, like that's how it works. Other than that, I guess it's like networking. A lot of networking. I mean, like I'm genuinely like new to like. I didn't watch streams or like anything like that. I'd kind of watch gameplays and stuff sometimes, but it'd be something that I played. When I started like watching streams, I don't know. Like, these are cool. Like these are actually kind of fucking cool. Especially troll encounters are just hilarious. You know what I mean? some of the new games that are coming out, new and trending. Before I boot up, sorry. What up, Anna? What are you doing? How are you? Nice. What'd you eat? It's good. I'm looking at games. Potential games to play. Maybe. I'm looking for games. I don't know why I'm so fucking retarded. Fuck. That's not a good question to ask her because I've seen her eat like a chicken's head. No. It was either like a chicken head or a frog head. It was one of the two, if I remember right. It had a beak. I've seen her eat something's head with a beak. I know that. For fuck sure. I've seen her like 3 times do it. Eat something's head, I mean. Exposed as fuck. It's probably super nutritious. To be fair, it's probably super nutritious.
Hey, what's up? Hey, man, it's me, Mike. What's going on? Listen, I gotta get hold of the money for that house.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, straight up though, like there are things there that like this basically goes for like every part of the world, right? Like I couldn't drink your tap water, you couldn't drink my tap water, we couldn't drink Loney's tap water, things like that, you know what I'm saying? Because it has different bacteria from different regions. That's kind of why when people like have visas, yeah, what, yeah, there's a chance that you catch a bacteria, you know, it's not like normal shit, you know what I'm saying? It's something that your body has an immunity to, but like me, like I wouldn't have an immunity to it, and then like my eyeballs would have parasites in them or something, you know what I mean? Have like little pin needles in my eyes and shit. Fucking, but that goes for like every part of the world. Most areas don't actually have that many diseases, and that's why like only people who would like, oh shit, my buddy's in fucking YouTube chat. He said I don't even drink my own tap water. Yeah, but that's a very real thing. If you ever watch like the traveling food shows, yeah, if you watch the traveling food shows, uh it was either like a cow or a pig, but he wouldn't eat the brains. He wouldn't drink their water. For a couple of like different reasons, but basically because he's not like vaccinated like that. Like he would genuinely need a vaccine for that. Like straight up. But yeah. How you doing, Skeletor? Yeah, but you grew up in that region and you've been exposed to those bacterias, you know what I'm saying? So if you got sick from it, you've already been sick from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, your body's already built up in an immunity. Far less chance of, like, you getting sick from something in your own area. Like, you could probably drink a little, like, even if, like, water in your area is dirty. I don't know if, like, your area is dirty. Like, the water here is fucking disgusting. I could drink some of my water, though. If somebody else drank it, they'd probably get sick. That's all I really mean. It's fucking... Ugh. I actually think I tried to send you a video when I was watching TV the last time. And it got fucking, the one host person, like, offered the dude fucking, like, cow or pig brain and fucking shit wrapped up in a fucking intestine. He's like, no. No. Told the translator, he's like, please thank him. But I'm I'm not vaccinated. I'm just sitting there like, bro, that motherfucker just cooked shit and mixed it with brain. Like, don't tell, like, no, I'm not vaccinated. If I was vaccinated, I'd eat your fucking shit. No, I wouldn't. I'm sorry. Hell no. Ain't it though? That's what I've been doing. Trying to find a game to play. Fuck. Yeah, I was gonna play a little bit of Outriders, but I just wanted to wait for them to stop fucking updating it every day. I felt like I got on like one day and like they buffed my gun, and like the next day, my gun was fucked. I was like, whatever. I'll just wait till the stats stop moving, and I'll play again. But ever since I played Outriders, bro, I miss Destiny. Like, I reinstalled that fucking fat-ass game on my computer. Miserable. Dude, it's like a 98 gigabyte game. But it is really good. I do, I'd say a good portion of my friends all played Destiny from like the first year it came out. Like Destiny 1 and stuff. I didn't even have my own PS4 at the time, and I still played Xbox, or I still played Destiny. Yeah. When I got a PS4, that shit was home. PS5. See, I'm gonna stop buying Sony products though, specifically just because I found out that Sony is like dead ass like one of the 5 studios funding like a bunch of DMCA strikes, and they also lobby basically against human rights. After I found that out, I was like, fuck that. Like, that's actually a really shitty company. And I like love their products. I bought like 3 PS4s. One broke fucking like 10 times in a row. I swear to God. It was really 5 times. Outriders is mad right now. Have you seen the trailers for Destiny? Like the Minecraft Dungeons isn't bad, but my Game Pass expired. I should probably go back to playing on Game Pass. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Pulled down. So, well, I'm getting a crew together for, you can guess. The pay will be awful, and the risk will be high. But you might learn something, if you're interested.
Man, that's not exactly a great sales pitch, dog, but I guess I gotta start somewhere.
Thank you. Maybe one day you can put together your own deals. Your own jobs. So, there's still some preparation I gotta do. Sit tight for a while. My buddy Lester will get in touch with the details.
And like, I'm not saying like Microsoft or Xbox or like the good guys or anything like that, but I don't think that like they're doing anything like super fucking like shitty to people. You know what I'm saying? Is where Sony Studios is actually like throwing like hundreds of millions of dollars into not letting people just listen to music online, which is kind of fucking dumb. $1, you got like 3 months. I've gotten that deal before, actually. My very first month, I paid like $1. I paid for the Xbox. I paid for the Xbox pass and the PC pass because it was only like $2 more. But they gave me a bunch of fucking bonuses. Yeah, me and all my friends were geeky. We build our own PCs and shit. I didn't build my own PC this time. I fucking bought a Razer laptop. Which has actually been kind of problematic. Ah. It's wet. Fuck. Fuck.
You got lucky, buddy.
Yeah, I want to get a 5700 or a 2070. Ideally, if you see like the Asus Rogue desktop, I'm looking to build something around that specification. That fucking bot's supposed to be turned on. I'm going the wrong way.
Look out!
Crash into my car. Yeah, I just want something that because initially I had all this shit picked out actually. And I was gonna do a I was just gonna use a desktop and remote play my desktop to my laptop and then stream off of my laptop without like a capture card. But I ended up buying this monitor because my other screen was like a 13-inch screen, like on the laptop. And I get more stable and better FPS using the external HDMI cord or HDMI port than I do using the internal built-in screen. So that's irrelevant actually. Since I already got a screen, I figure I can just save money and I'm just saving money in the long run. Because this one was about like $150 cheaper than the one I was going to buy. Page down, control, select. There we go. That's weird. But I figure since I don't really want to spend more than like $1,900, try to build a PC, the most beefy one I can, for like $1,300. And get like a really good capture card for like $400. Goodbye. And then I can just use the laptop to be a streaming computer, right? For and then like use it for edits and stuff.
What is this shit?
Hey! No vehicles blocking the entrance. You want to catch a... You're making my job real difficult. Come out of there!
Hey, call the cops. He's taking a van.
Oh shit!
Stop him.
Sorry.
There.
He's taking the van!
I smacked that motherfucker with the car. Fuck, why'd you stop? Fuck, let's go, let's go.
Total bullshit.
Me. Oopsie. I was waiting to see if that guy got up. He didn't get up. He died. Dude's dead as fuck.
Hey, Lester, we got a pest control van.
Good. Now we just need the knockout gas.
I'm on it.
Whatever.
Ooh! Well, I was trying to stop your car, bitch.
Ah, fuck.
The fuck was that for?
It's all yours.
Get out the fucking way.
No, what? I want to knock the tire off. fuck out of the way.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Ooh. Good one. So many little pinball cars laying around. He was alive.
You fucking idiot!
Give me your fucking money.
Damn it! Shit! Hey, you hit me! Forgive me! Shit!
Don't shoot the tires.
I'm sorry about it. Watch the fuck out, will ya?
Yes. Super punch. Super punch. Oh. Oh.
Look out! You got lucky, buddy. Forgive me.
Learn something every day. Forestville. Jesus!
Damn it. Ooh, that was a good one. Look at that. That was a good car accident. That one.
Move, let's move. Oh.
Fuck.
Get in the car. Sorry, I'm back with my wife and I'm trying to be good. I hate to do this.
Yay. I got a new truck. Ha. Shit.
Shit! This is total bullshit.
need to go to a gun store. Oh, Murray actually said that was his second time getting that deal. Woo! Shit there.
I got the good night gas.
That's everything we need. I'll put out word that the score is ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Now we all know why we're here. We've got a store to take. The plan is simple, elegant. Listen to Lester, pay attention to the information he gives you, and we'll all make a buck. If things go bad, you know the drill. This wasn't organized. We don't know each other. We got caught up in a robbery and acted in self-defense. It's not going to be an issue because everything's going to go just fine.
The alarm system is easy. Now, if I didn't need to be running things, I could have it offline myself. No problem, but you should be able to get us a pretty decent window. How decent depends on the job you do. Now, once it's down, you signal Michael. He makes the call.
Things look good. We should be able to drop a present right through the air vent on the roof. Everybody goes to sleep. No problem. We take our time. If we run into trouble, we move quickly and with force. Any questions? No? Let's go. Frank, you're with me. Ricky, I hope you can manage the truck with the bikes. Eddie, Norm, you got the van. See you on Little Portola, people. Initials only from here on out.
I'll drive the van. It's what I'm paid to do.
This will be fun. Miss playing Sea of Thieves with Johnny. Damn. Yeah, I tried a game with Johnny. He don't really talk to me all that often. We talk sometimes.
All right, you got it down?
I got it.
Because you use too much gas on these guys, you'll kill them.
Well, shit, don't blame me the way these canisters is mixed.
Just be careful.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, I stuck my neck out for you here.
Man, you don't need to tell me that shit again.
I got faith in you, F, but you're unproven.
Unproven? For real? So I didn't prove myself when I jumped off the back of that yacht on the highway, huh?
Yeah, but these guys don't know you. They see some gangbanger with a happy trigger finger. They got money and their freedom on the line.
I ain't gonna fuck this up, man.
Good. I got enough shit to worry about.
So you cut corners on the quality of the crew, huh?
I allocated
Oh, damn. My bad. Let me check my bandwidth. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna try to fix it. It seems like it buffers more at 8K
This is the
opposed
way I
to
saw fit, okay?
How's that?
6K. But my buddy,
The driver's capable. Yep.
Evil Buttons. Last time I talked to him, he invited me to go watch his band in Valport, Chesterton or something. Hell yeah. Oh. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. fucking set up a stage yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago now. But damn, that shit was rough. My legs definitely feel it.
Others, not so much.
So, that's like what? Gunman and hacker?
Yeah, the getaway should be fine, but we gotta hope these two hold it together during the robbery.
Nah, just stiff. Shoot the shit out of you. Shit. Oh, wait. Eat. Maybe that'll help.
Hey, we still on for that Manny Petty?
Changed my thing to 18 plus. You son of a bitch.
Alright, this is it up there. There's a way through the site up to the roof.
Man, we went over this. I'm cool.
I don't know if I'm gonna need to use the
Alright,
car
when the
again.
gas is in the ventilation system, give us the word.
For sure, man. I got it. Hello? Exterminators here? Hey, there ain't no one around.
That suits us. Come on, get up to the roof.
Get your ass out of here.
Get your ass. He.
Almost there.
We're in position, waiting on your signal.
Just gotta get where I can throw this.
Oh, you fuck. You son of a bitch.
I got an angle.
How you doing up there?
Man, just give me a minute. Get in there. That was it. They going out.
Do you love her?
Well, I love her a lot. I wasn't thinking it was...
Think about it like this. I mean, I always say that... I told them to fix that goddamn AC!
What's going on?
Let's go.
Let's do this! Come on!
I'm on it.
Rose, I wouldn't stay in there too long, okay? This alarm is gonna go. At some point. You gotta be kidding me! Why did I employ a hacker who can't run antivirus software? Shit, okay, the alarm hasn't gone off yet. We ain't hit the target yet! Keep going! I think you got maybe 30 seconds left.
These hands weren't built for delicate work.
We're on the clock!
You're good at this, Em.
Hey, asshole! Most of your cut is sitting on the fucking floor!
Screw this, man. Who made this shit so small?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, maybe 3, 2, 1. Hey, we gotta walk! Come on!
So for the last time, move it.
Now get the fuck out my face. You forget 1,000 things every day, pal. Make sure this is one of them. I'll see you at the river. Go.
It's go time.
Stay close and stay safe. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Left here, going onto the big road, Dorset Drive.
Let's move. Shut up, fat.
Your way and drop down off the bridge on the Del Perro Freeway. My bike's spazzing out. Up on the right. The overpass. There's a tunnel entrance.
Damn cheap ass crew crashed yourself out.
Guy was a fool. We're going through this tunnel up ahead. The tunnel splits. Both lead to the same place. Keep going through the mud. Bikes should be able to handle it. If you know the route and you're not an idiot, these are the only bikes you choose. Go across the metro tracks and take a left and go up the escalators. This should take us into the sewer system.
I fell.
Hit the drop. There's a gate on the left. Take a left once you're through it.
Hang in there, boys. I got this covered. Hang in there, boys. I got bull bars on the truck. I'll make short work of these cops. You don't gotta tell me what to do. Backup's here. Watch your ass.
It's getting heavy up in this shit, bro.
Two bikes? What the hell happened? Ah, shit! I should have paid for a better gunman. What happened to his part of the score?
I managed to pick it up.
All right then, good work. F, let's do this. Lester's around the corner at the lockup.
Yay!
Free-day experience like all art should be. So the creators go mad on drugs and cut off an ear for lack of support.
I think I got a pimple on my face.
Man, I thought I was gonna be stuck to that bike.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna be stuck under a cop car.
There gotta be more dudes waiting around that way. We did not just get away with that shit, did we?
You know what? I think we did.
Ah, man.
Ha ha! Woo! Ha ha! Fuck! Oh, one step closer to retirement.
Holla! I think I found my new calling, bros.
In you come on.
Call your gym guy, Lesty, baby, because we got merchandise. All right.
Yeah, with the
people,
peelers.
we need to split up. They're gonna be looking for a crew.
My bad, bro.
That shit was crazy, dog. So what now?
I'm not used to looking at the YouTube chat.
Hey, you did good, kid. What'd I tell you, Lester, huh? Mm-hmm. All right, look, everybody take off. Hey, Franklin. Listen, Lester and I got some things we gotta clean up. I want you to stop by the house a little later on. We'll celebrate, all right?
All right.
Okay. Huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, man. We're back in action.
Woo. With the 3 hundos. Fuck. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I don't care if you got money now. Don't you get it? That ain't what I was looking for. Not then, not now, not ever.
I know it ain't important. Just let me take you somewhere nice, all right?
Where are you? Are you in a strip club? Grow up. Stop looking for the easy way.
Tanisha, I gotta go, all right? I'ma change. I promise. You won't even recognize me.
City of saints and struggle, lost scandals, Santa in trouble. Word.
Excuse you, moron.
I need me some cardiac after playing that pussy, you heard?
For real.
Oh, it's a bathroom.
What's good?
Ooh, he's got guns.
Hey, you heard of them? You punk ass! Just done now!
Oops. We're dipping ass. What's up, bro? Got a mission, get out of here.
Oh, hey, there you are.
What's cracking?
So, we all good?
Hell yeah, we all good. We did.
Yeah, you fucking A right, we did. So, here's the shot. Lester's offloading the gems. He knows a guy. Get us 50 cents on the dollar. Hell, we might actually have a little spending money left after we pay off that psychotic Mexican motherfucker. Whew. Cheers.
So that's that, right?
I hope so.
The whole job. Everything about it. Anyone who knows your file, what is wrong with you?
Davey! Long time no see.
And what about Trevor? If that fruitcake realizes, finds out you're alive, you are D-O-N-E fucked.
Hey, don't worry about Trevor. Trevor's dead. It's gotta be. Besides, I didn't have nothing to do with it. Whatever the hell it is you're talking about.
Really?
The criminals are believed to escape with millions of dollars worth of gems,
Oh.
precious stones, and rings. Albert Story had a lucky escape when the thieves ran straight into him.
Yeah, I was just doing my job, and I say to this guy, hey, you gotta move these bikes.
I don't know anything about that.
This other guy runs out of the shop, pushes me over and says something like, you forget thousands of things every day. You make sure this is one of them. That was pretty scary.
Back to you in the studio.
You want to get lit now, sugar? Trevor, baby, you wanna smoke up now?
Don't do it, Johnny. Don't do it.
Trevor! You been with my girl again? I'm speaking with you, asshole!
Don't do it, Johnny. I told him, Trevor. I told him.
We all get high! We all get high! But that don't make it right!
Johnny, leave it!
The crystal has got us, babe, but it don't make it right. Don't make nothing right. Not what you done with me.
I'm telling Johnny, leave it.
I ain't leaving nothing. Trevor! I'm talking to you, motherfucker!
Are you? What are you saying?
Fucking my girl, man. It's wrong.
Oh, I gotta fuck someone. You want me to fuck you instead? Is that the problem here? Take off your pants, cowboy. All right, let's fuck.
You think this is funny?
Get them off!
I told him to leave it, Trevor. I told him. Leave it. Leave it.
Shut up, Ron. I'm about to fuck me a method, ain't I, cowboy? Get my boy sucked from his toothless gums, huh?
Fuck you, Trevor.
Oh.
I still love her.
All right, cowboy. Hey, I know. Hey, come on.
I don't mean nothing by it, man.
I know.
I messed up.
I know, cowboy. It's okay, man. Give me a hug, yeah.
Fucking shit! Cut! Who the fuck are you speaking to? Who? I'm talking to you, huh? You fuck!
Johnny!
Next time, don't get in my fucking face! I just saw a fucking ghost and I gotta hear your crap! Get up! Get up! Fuck you then!
Johnny!
Wait.
Oh, fuck.
Now, we gotta speak to Johnny's recently bereaved brothers. Wait! This ghost I saw, his name is Michael Townley. Sounds like he's living in Los Santos. Find him.
Really? My cousin's there, but I don't...
Find him! Wade!
Does this mean I don't have to come see the bikers?
Hey, you seen Ashley? Johnny's looking for her.
Well, you know, as a matter of fact, I just did, just 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I saw her on the end of this penis here.
Johnny ain't gonna be cool if you messing with her again.
Oh, really? Well, you don't think so, huh? Well, why don't we just ask him then, huh? Hey, cowboy, you mind that I fucked your old lady? Sorry. What was that? What? No, you don't mind? Oh, because you're a dead man? And the only sentient part you left is this little bit of brain and the gristle on the end of my boot? Well, thank you very much, cowboy.
Bullshit!
Oh, I like it, denial. That is first part of the grieving process, brothers. Now let's all hold hands, huh? Oh, looks like you got something you want to say, huh? You got something you need to say?
This better be bullshit.
Oh, where are you guys going, huh? Let's go, ladies. All right.
I thought Minecraft Dungeons was pretty fun when I had played it briefly. I like dungeons, so Minecraft Dungeons was actually pretty fun. Oh shit. Inferdus, what's up, my man? How are you tonight? Ah! Yep, that was a good back cracking right there. That was fucking monstrous. My spine is crying.
We follow the van back to the rest of them. Then the lost MC are out of this region for good. The van's got a pass, but the guys on bikes can go.
Did you see the look on their faces?
We scared him, didn't we?
You got him! Yeah, you didn't see that coming.
Scared him, didn't we?
Yeah, thank fuck they didn't make you the harmless idiots you are.
You need some seat.
Who makes the sense? Pipe work.
Seat belts back here, or straps or something.
I only keep things in the back I don't mind losing.
You shot him.
Next time you fall out, make sure you die. Alrighty, route. Now we just sit on this guy till he gets to them.
They might almost think we ain't after them. That's clever.
Oh, we'll go faster if you jump overboard, friend.
I thought that was funny.
I can't see us taking out all the bikers this go, boss. You keep left. We might be able to jump across there. I thought you was letting them go to the others. Aren't we meant to be letting the van run? Hold off till we get there, right? Maybe you should hold off shooting the van. The van won't get there if we shoot it too much. I thought you was letting them go to the others.
Ass licker. Do we know where they're going yet?
I got a feeling, yeah, but we gotta make sure.
Once you know, you can drop me and Wade at the Look, they're pulling up. You did it, Trevor. They're stopping.
Hold the perimeter, fuckwits. Daddy's going to work.
No one go out of here. Motherfucker.
Die, you biker, fox! Step right up! Step right up! This is hard for me, too! I've had to kill half the tweakers in the county!
This hard.
He killed Johnny! Go! Come here now, in your... You ain't got anything flammable like a meth lab in that trailer, do ya? You ain't gonna be on that hog much longer! Step right up! Step right up!
Fucking hell!
Reloading! Johnny's dead! Terry's dead! Clary's dead! You're all dead! Understand your pain, friends! I'm here to offer a way out! Industrial accident! What? Wiping out my whole customer base! Hey, come on! We're just getting started! Pull back!
Back up, brother!
Get the hell out of here!
Just step in! Anytime! Truck, now!
It is very mixed, ain't it?
Wade? What are you still doing here? You said...
fucking ghost in Los Santos, all right? You looking for motivation? Oh, yeah, pick me up some sticky bombs. We're dropping in on Ortega.
The Aztecas? That makes me nervous.
Ah, don't be nervous, Ron. He'll be fine with the takeover.
Takeover? Trevor! We don't need to. Now the bikers are gone. It's just us, the Aztecas, and the O'Neills. The market's big enough. This Chinese contact's gonna buy crystal fast as we can cook it. You just gotta meet him at the end, and...
Yeah. Fine. We're nearly there.
What the fuck, Trevor?
What the fuck, Trevor? This is the fuck, my soggy friend. You are out of business. The Lost MC are out of business. The guns and crank in this area go through Trevor Phillips Enterprise, or they ain't going.
Saying something don't make it true. They're gonna greenlight you after this. If you're gonna do it, just do it.
It's only out of professional respect.
The shot callers ain't gonna be happy.
Oh, that feels better!
You sure mean business, Pete.
I don't know what these naysayers are talking about. Look at me. I'm cranked on speed most of the time, but I'm productivity personified.
You sure achieved a lot today.
It was time to put my affairs in order.
You going somewhere?
As soon as I find that Spectre on the TV, Michael Townley.
He's your buddy you said got shot, right? You guys used to run together.
Yeah, that's him. My best pal.
I thought he was dead.
You're catching on fast. Yeah, the fucking ghost I've been talking about.
He's alive?
He's walking and he's talking. He's sticking up joints, so I guess, yeah, that makes him alive, don't it?
And how you know it's him?
It's his M.O. And it's the same corny shit he was spewing 10 years back.
This could be a trap, Trevor. What if someone wants you to think he's alive?
I was fooled when I thought he was dead. I ain't fooled now. Michael Townley lives and breathes. He's in Los Santos and he's got some explaining to do.
They could be trying to draw you out into the open.
That's a conspiracy theory too far, even for you, Ronald.
Really? Well, anyway, it seems like a shame for you to be going, just as TP Industries is finding its feet.
I'll do what I can to put the business on its path before I depart.
The company needs you, boss.
Get out of the car, Ron. Any time to think. Run! Speak!
You know I don't like using these things. They're listening.
Then make it quick.
That business thing's been set up. The Chinese guy, Mr. Chang, is at the inn.
You said that on the phone? What the fuck is wrong with you, damn it, Ron? Now I'm gonna have to discipline you and you know how I feel about that.
Come on in,
This is some of my best work yet. I think. Thanks for stopping by.
Where are you assholes hiding?
Maybe I'm stuff.
You look so effing hot. I wanna hump you right now. Hey, you! Buddy! Can you do us a massive favor? It's the little lady's birthday and we are really fucked up. Can you drive us back to our motel? Our car's right there. Come on, man. You can use our car.
But of course, you two are a hot mess. I love it.
You're a legend, bro. Get in the back, out of your way. Baby, don't breathe whiskey on the nice man.
So where can I take you two blacked out young lovelies?
We staying at the Hotel Southwest from here. Thank you so much.
You have, like, the best tits in the whole world. If I didn't have to work for a living, I would just play with them all day.
Oh, you so bad. Oh, that tickles. Abby.
Yeah, you like that? Just wait till we get back to the motel. I'm gonna get medieval on those puppies.
Medieval on those
Oh, God, you know what that does to me?
Shift that sweet little ass over here. Let the wolf see the rabbit.
You smell like cigarette and buffalo wings. It's making me so horny.
Come on. Give me a slice of that, give me a pop.
Are they doing it right now? These fuckers are doing it.
Hey, what are you crazy kids doing back there? I tell you what, while you're sweeping the front porch, why don't I work on her back plumbing?
Huh? What did you say?
How about I suck those kidney stones right out of your balls, big guy? Get this party really started.
Wow, okay, man, it's cool, Stop.
Thank you. You're like the best.
We've got a little unfinished business to attend to.
Smells like fishmongers in there.
Oh, fuck. Stole their car and I crashed it first 10 seconds. Fucking fuckers. This car got beat to shit.
You bring trouble. Come on, empty the register now.
No, please, don't shoot.
Oh, you give me hives. Moron.
What do you want now? You're taking all the money, piece of shit. Oh God!
Would you open your fucking eyes?
Let's go salute.
Trevor!
What's going on?
They were here for you. Here for you.
Who was here?
Them bikers. After you killed Johnny K.
And they damage my stuff, huh? They smash up my home, damage my soul. This statue here of impotent rage, this fucking meant more to me than Johnny K meant to anyone, and they smashed it. Those pathetic midlife crisis, hog-riding, shaven-headed, fruity leather, chapped-wearing fucking assholes.
They're assholes, Trevor. They are. They're chap-wearing assholes.
Wait, you little shit. Whoa. Hey, Michael fucking Townley, right? Bitch wife, 2 kids, 45, find him?
Los Santos is a big place, Trevor. There's lots of people.
You are fucking useless. Huh? Find out who did that fucking robbery, all right? And if Michael Townley lives there, or anyone matching his description, I'm gonna kill you and your fucking cousin. Am I being clear now?
Yes, Trevor.
Thank you, Wayne. Now smile. Yeah, right? That's better. Run along. Now, Ron, shall we go? Cannot believe that they fucking destroyed my statue of impotent rage. The cheek! Huh? The fucking cheek of it. I gotta swing by ammunition. Go to Sandy Shores Airfield. Check it out. I'll come in your ear when I get a hold of you.
What are you buying at the gun shop?
I'm not buying anything. I need a sniper rifle with a high-power scope. They say they support local business. Well, we're about to find out if that's true. Melvin! How you feel about brand synergy, huh? TP Industries. That sniper on your wall looks like it'll do the job. She'll do nicely. Now I need a scope and a suppressor. Okay, there's the scope. Get that look off your face. I know you sold Cletus's gun and he ain't got 3 brain cells.
I thought firearms were supposed to be recession-proof, but I've been hit pretty hard.
Ron, I got the gun. Meet me at the water tower just north of the airfield.
Roger that, Trevor. But you gotta look out, because there's bikers all over this airstrip.
Of course there are! 2 planes are touching down at the field on a weapons run. We're gonna wait till the right time and appropriate them.
Huh?
see a hell of a lot of bike up here.
What up, Strabani? How you doing?
We gotta wait till you can slip in there unnoticed. Should give you the time to plan a route to the gas tank you're rigging up to blow.
Really?
Really?
The time is right. Go on, my son. Whenever you get a doubt in your mind, I want you to remember that I'm watching you through the scope of a high-powered rifle.
Right, Trevor. Right. Got it.
Now, relax. The ATV can only take you so far. Park it and don't let them spot you.
Can you see me, Trevor? Here, by the road.
You wouldn't believe this, Ron. One of these assholes is having a seizure or something.
That's me. Don't shoot.
Well, get a move on.
I'm moving. Just keep me covered, okay?
You mod GTA?
Standing under the control tower. There. There's a guy there, Trevor.
Got it.
Good kill, Trevor.
Hurry it up, Ronnie.
Shit. I hear an engine. They're gonna see that guy you shot. Maybe if you shoot those lights on the tower, he won't be so obvious. Get the lights on the base of the control tower. Please just get him out.
There's one, and there's the other.
You got him. Now don't shoot the guy in the vent. Shoot! They know we're here.
Whoops.
The ATV can only take you so far. Park it and don't let them spot you.
Can you see me, Trevor? Over by the road.
You wouldn't believe this, Ron. One of these assholes is having a seizure or something.
That's me. That's me. Don't shoot.
What up, Extreme Dire?
Saw a guy by the tower. I shot him. Now keep moving. You're walking like you shot yourself. Move!
You hear that? I can hear an engine. They'll see that body.
I already shot the lights, so you can calm down.
Good. Well, don't shoot the guy in the van until he stops and gets out, okay?
Yeah, I think 5,000 daily limit.
Hold fire. We gotta see what he's up to. I think he's just calling the dead guy. You can erase him now. He's out of the van now. Do it. You should have seen the look on his face. There's a guy coming out of the control tower. Take him out. Shit. He's gotta go. You gonna take him? This ain't a joke. He's gotta go. He's gonna see us.
Hurry it up, Ron. You're making me wish I brought the guy in the clown face.
What the fuck
He's
is he?
gotta
bro?
go. You gonna take him? This ain't a joke.
And they all got you in my sights, so
Stuck as
get a
fuck.
move on and plant that bomb on the gas tank.
I'm on it, but there's a guy coming out of that building, I think. I can hear him. There's a second guy coming out of the building. Good kill, Trevor. I'm fixing it. Don't let him sneak up on me, okay? And whatever you do, don't hit the tank. Please, man. Someone's coming. He's gonna get me before I finish. He's coming over here. He sees me. He sees me, Trevor. A bolt from the blue. Can you hear that? Chopper, incoming.
Always hated that chopper. Just fucking drive. You're bikers.
It's looking for us, Steve.
One dead biker is as good to me as another. Where were we? We lost one, dog.
I think I saw a man void his bowels.
Happens to the best of us. Now start that plane. I hope there's enough of these guns to go around.
Shouldn't we go find the guys who came to the trailer?
No, we should secure this fucking hardware.
I'm dumb as shit.
The pilot plant didn't work, but they know they're being attacked. There! In the hangar! Deploy! I'll get it started if you can clear the runway. I don't see
Hit 5.
I told my contact to meet us just off the coast.
Yo. What the fuck?
The guy who's taking receipt of these guns is in a boat just off the coast.
Yo. What the fuck?
I told my contact to meet us just off the coast.
Go up.
I am aware of this.
What the fuck?
The guy who's taking receipt of these guns is in a boat just off.
What fucking made up buttons are these? Bro.
The coast. I told my contact to meet us just off the coast.
There's a biker on your winch.
The guy who's taking receipt of these guns is in a boat just off the coast.
Dude. What the hell?
I told my contact to meet us just off the coast.
Hey, there's a biker on your wing, Trevor.
I am aware of this.
Well, you gotta get him off. Do a roll or something.
While the man on my wing presents no immediate danger, I'll do my best to oblige you.
He's still there.
Dude. I have to rebind all of these. God, this is fucking annoying. Yeah, I don't have a numpad on a laptop. Yeah. And see, it's like... That is like the first time in a long time a game has said that you need to put two hands to steer this craft. That's just fucking complicated. That's way fucking complicated.
The guy who's taking receipt of these guns is in a boat just off the coast.
Hey, there's a biker on your wing, Trevor.
I am aware of this.
Well, you gotta get him off. Do a roll or something.
While the man on my wing presents no immediate danger, I'll do my best to oblige you.
So, who might this buyer be?
There's only two places this kind of hardware is gonna go.
And they are?
Up north to our Canadian cousins, where the lost were likely to be sending them.
Well, you fucking fly right. Come on.
Our other neighbors, those in the south, our Mexican brethren.
I assume.
Shipment successfully delivered, Ron. Now remember, if you beat me to the airstrip, I'll butcher your carcass
No.
into rapia and cheesecloth.
No. Nope. Fucking no. No.
Shipment successfully delivered, Ron. Shipment successfully delivered, Ron. Now remember.
Those are the shittiest fucking controls ever.
I think that was adequate restitution for my impotent rage statue.
That was a mighty fine statue, Trev.
That was a mighty fine piece of plastic shit. But there is no price for emotional attachment. I mean, you might forego your cut to alleviate my heartache.
I might? Yeah, I mean, I will. Good idea.
We don't have time to dwell on that now, because we got more runs, Ron. If there is one thing that they need south of that big fence, it is guns.
Trevor Phillips Industries. Technical expertise, managerial innovations, unstoppable.
Oh, that's right. Now go. I need to meditate, or masturbate, or both.
I ain't ever touching a fucking plane in this fucking game again. If you buy a hangar, you can fly a plane, you can eat a fucking dick. That was a stupid fucking idea to make it like that. whack that motherfucker.
How did you not see me? Good Lord above. I gotta get my eyes checked. Give me a break. Oh, shit! Cops!
Got away. Don't need you. We're getting out of here. Motherfucker. Fucking freedom.
This ain't fucking happening.
Let's go, quick!
Ah, hell. It smells like shit coming out of your mouth.
Fuck me!
Karma's a motherfucker.
Oh, I didn't think you'd survive that. Oh, shit. Driving in a straight line. Oh, Jesus.
Well, I'll be fucked.
You're still banned.
What about these two?
Whoever wins gets banned.
He's one. Ban him.
I can't ban him. He's my goddamn husband.
He's young enough to be your son.
Ain't the internet a beautiful thing, honey?
Anyway, I saved your husband. Now get me a drink. I got a meeting.
Okay, but any more bodies turn up in my bar, I swear, I will not serve you.
Mr. Phillips.
Ah, here he is. Yes, Mr. Chang, pleasure to meet you.
No, I am Mr. Chang's humble translator. Mr. Chang now.
我操他妈的，真是爽翻了 ！You all speak Spanish, speak it to each other.
Mr. Tao Chung is pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Oh yeah, he seems it.
我说人事，你真是太好了哦！你有空就加的来分配的我，这真是我人生中最美好的
What
一
the
刻。
fuck is wrong with him?
就是这个，就是这个，来来来来来！
I'm out.
No, don't go. Please, I beg you. If you go, his father killed me.
Why do I give a fuck?
You don't. But we hear that Trevor Phillips Corporation is serious business. We pay good price. Things work out, we partner, make big money.
I'm rushing.
Well, let me show you the operation.
This is us.
Chef, we're just coming down to see the kitchen.
You can't get here quick enough. The Aztecas are coming. They think you took out Ortega.
They ain't mistaken.
Well, get down here and take them out too.
You sure your boss don't want this crank for his own personal consumption?
No, no. Mr. Chang Sr. is very specific. He wants a good, reliable source of methamphetamine. We will buy from you here and distribute using established networks.
I'm worried that might dilute what our operation's all about. We're part of the slow meth movement, bio-regional, locavores only.
Shit, Trevor, we ain't got long.
Whoa, 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 manners, chef. These are our guests, all right? We got Mr. Chang and his humble servant.
Nice to meet you. Trevor, we ain't got long till they get here.
Everything in its time, all right. Gentlemen, please, come check out the storage facilities. Oh, nice, right? There. Ample room inside. Mr. Chang, please, sir, if you will. Let me out! Tour will recommence shortly, gentlemen.
Should we get the guns?
Yes, chef.
Help me!
If I knew we were having visitors, would have done a little spring clean.
Ortega has
Oh
been cool
shit.
with us before.
You gone and made this personal. Clean 'em up, chef. Come on.
madre. There are a lot.
Grenade launcher.
I was heading that way already.
We gotta get downstairs! Come on! Get behind here, they're coming in!
Fuck. Ah. I killed myself.
Screw the Aztecas!
Get back inside it! Wait up! Get back inside it! Wait up the lab! We gotta let our potential business partners out of the ice chest. Alright, time to recommence the tour, gentlemen. I think we have seen quite enough. 该正。
但是还没到五次嘛。
I'll swing by and sign the contracts, all right? Just ignore the bodies.
Hey, Trevor, are we still gonna cook that batch?
Fuck yeah!
Hold on. Very nice. Aerodynamic. I try not to hit the animals. Fuck.
You sure as shit are one dumb, ignorant, white trash hillbilly, Wallace.
You're damn right!
Chang, spreadsheet. Let's head outside and talk terms.
来了来了，快点！
Gentlemen, I think I have proved that my organization can handle weight. And I think I've proved that my organization is a reliable supplier. In short, it's you and me. Now give me some of that goddamn X.
I'm afraid we want to go down a different path.
What?
We want to explore other opportunities.
坏家伙，坏死了！要不要我帮你放松一下
Fuck up!
Our boss, Mr. Chang's father, wants something a little larger. We want to move drugs, perhaps guns.
This is my life's work. I mean, since I was a little kid, I dreamt big. You know, I've always wanted to be an international drug dealer and a weapons trader. All right, so I'm begging you. Let's make this happen.
I'm very sorry.
You're sorry? You're fucking sorry? I just spilled my fucking guts out to you, and you say to me, you're sorry. Who are you working with? Hmm? Who?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Oh, no, you're at fucking liberty. In fact, I'd say you are obliged. Who? Fucking who?
O'Neill brothers.
The O'Neill brothers, huh?
Yeah.
You shitting me?
No.
Cause those fucking O'Neill brothers, I hear little birdie telling me that they have a bit of a problem, since one of them's gonna have to be surgically removed from the skull of the other. Fuck you guys and fuck them!
Hold on.
You assholes! You're awful! Every last one of you!
Trevor Phillips.
Elwood O'Neill! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Trevor, it's business.
That wide-eyed idiot was mine!
It's business, fella. You want to discuss it? We're at the farm. Ernie, Earl, Walton, Wynn, Dale, Doyle, Darrell, Dan, all of us.
Start writing those names on tombstones, cause I'm on the way to your lab and we're gonna see how much of a family meth business you got when I'm done! All of you are going to die!
Who?
Oh, shit! I just spoke to that maniac Trevor. He's coming. Get down to the meth lab to protect it. I hope he don't get through these idiots, but we know they're idiots. Come on, let's go see them Chinese fellas.
Oh, how many brothers you got, you inbred freaks? I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'll kill the lot of you, and I'll torch your cookhouse.
I gotta use the bathroom real quick. These O'Neill brothers. See? Oh, I could have got a 3-piece right there.
Who's here to kill ya? It's over! I'm coming for you. Keep them away. You want to see competition in the marketplace? How about a merger, you?
Oh, fuck. My perfect record.
Oh, how many brothers you got, you inbred freaks? I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'll kill a lot of you, and I'll... You're all dead! Keep out of here! Fuck it up! O'Neill's! Here I come, you pricks! Ah! You assholes! We gotta protect this house! I'm coming for you. You don't want to come in here, Trevor. I love this. Take over time. Watch out. Crap! His head's going to basement. Stay away. Don't let him down here. He found the cook site. Don't come and cook. Well, look at this. Here we go.
Ha ha.
Come on.
Oh, you are for who? I'm sorry, bro. That sucks.
Nothing but a smoldering fucking rack.
Oh, that sucks. It's really rough, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Get away from me. Alright.
This shit's
Don't you get, buddy?
hell. You're a big fucking jerk. Fucking farmer's a motherfucker.
It's really sad. Yeah. It's really rough.
Ah, start, you piece of shit!
Copy that. We're in the vicinity.
Get back here! You're not even hidden! Have you got it?
I've been trying, Trevor. I've been trying.
Come on over here, all right? I ain't gonna hit you.
I've been trying.
I know.
I thought you said you wasn't gonna hit me.
I thought you said you were gonna find fucking Michael Townley.
There's two Michael Townleys living in LS. One is 83 and the other one is at kindergarten. I asked the teacher to put him on the phone just to be safe, but she threatened to call the cops. I ain't no molester, Trevor.
Shut up before I molest you, all right? Now, is there anything else?
I looked through the phone directory. I did find a Michael DeSanta, about the right age, married with 2 kids.
What's his wife's name?
Amanda?
Amanda?
Yeah.
You're a genius, you moron. Come on, come here. Don't you ever not tell me things I want to know.
Sorry, Trevor.
Run, you little bastard. Get out here. We're going to Los Santos. Not you, me and Wade.
What about me?
You're CEO of Trevor Phillips Enterprises. Find us some business so that we can make some money and tidy my shit up. Let's go. Wade, come on. I'm driving. You can jerk me off if I get bored. I'm joking. You can suck me off.
Are we gonna stop for ice cream? So we're headed to Los Santos then?
Soon. I gotta make a stop.
Oh, what's the stop? Ice cream? Road trip? We taking this one?
Get in!
Where are your people at in Los Santos?
It's just my cousin there, Floyd. He's bunked in with his girlfriend someplace called Vespucci Beach. So, what's the stop?
Family's important, Wade. Not as important as the man that's employed you, mentored you, and fed you amphetamines this last year, but it's important. We gotta pay this cousin a visit.
I ain't seen him in a while, Trevor.
All the more reason to drop by.
Okay, that might be nice, but where are we stopping on the way? Cause, you know, I'm getting kind of wet over here.
For fuck's sakes! Another chapter of the lost descended on this fine town. Looking to mourn, maybe revenge their dead. I was thinking me and you could pay our respects.
Trevor, I don't think we'd be welcome there. I mean, what do you want to...
Camp's up here. I'll wait till dark before I drop in again.
Well, she.
The assholes here, they slipped. Ice took a hold of this whole place.
We lost you are not forgotten, brothers. We'll find that motherfucker.
I got you them bombs and that pistol with the thing that makes it quiet on it.
Yeah, I took them. Those are my gifts for these pricks. There you go.
Billy would have never let this shit go down right here.
Hey man, fuck! Trevor Phillips!
Trevor Phillips.
I got you them bombs.
Actually, it's like 3:30. We are gonna end the stream. Sucks because I'm gonna have to redo a couple of those missions because it wouldn't let me save. Huh. But we'll be back on when the sun's up, you know what I mean? Yeet. Oh. Hell yeah. Yes, sir. I'll be on tomorrow. I gotta do the stage tear down, and then after that, I'm gonna be home. I'll probably be home around 10. Try to get my stream up by 11. Good night. I'll message you when I clean up.